staff and any members of the public who may be watching this online. As we work our way through, we'll be having obviously people coming in and speaking to submissions on the annual plan, and then during gaps we will be looking to address the non-verbal submissions and look at those. They've been done differently this year. They've been collated by topic, so we'll see how that works, and hopefully that does make it easier to consider differing views on any particular topic that we have. Just going to go to apologies. We have at the moment an apology for Deputy Mayor Halaleli. She may come online some stage during the meeting, but otherwise she'll be an apology for the whole meeting. Apology for lateness from Councillor Percival. Do we have any other apologies? Someone like to move? We accept those. Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Blackler. Thank you. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? That's carried. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, when it comes to the consideration of the signage funding for neighbourhood support, or whatever it's rebranded as, I will not vote on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to, excuse me, to item 4.1, consideration of community feedback on the draft 2024 dangerous, affected and insanitary buildings policy. Have we got anyone speaking to that? Okay, so essentially there were no submissions, so it's a fairly straightforward one, which we can get dealt with today. So
with your permission, I'll move those two recommendations.
Okay, so receiving and noting the information and agreeing that as there weren't any submissions, that officers will bring back the policy to a future council meeting for adoption. Seconded, Councillor Kells, thank you. And any comments on that? Okay, I'll put it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? That's carried. So now we go to consideration of community feedback on the draft 2024 revenue and financing policy and the draft 2024-25 annual plan. We've got three recommendations there. We're looking to pass the first couple of those, which is receiving and noting the feedback, and agreeing to receive and consider any submissions that were received after the closing date. There were several late submissions. To have a mover for those, Councillor Kells, and a seconder, Councillor Holding. Thank you. No discussion. We'll go. We'll put it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? That's carried. Right. So we've got the details of the process and so on, but I'll hand over to Ms. McIntosh to give us any pearls of wisdom about how this is going to go.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Thank you everyone for being here today. Yeah, just firstly we'll look at the revenue and financing policy before we move on to the draft annual plan. We have received two submissions to the revenue and financing policy. And there is, in that report, you would have already seen that we did do a large amount of community engagement, and we did actually try to target specific communities around where we had proposed new rates, such as the Currell, the Wayland rate there. So we did put specific ads in the Bugle and in the paper to actually advertise that that was a new one, so they really understood what the terms of that were. We did receive the two submissions to that despite the level of advertising that we did, and they were both as you'll see, both in support of the proposal for the new emissions. But after we've had a look at that, those submissions, we can then move on to the annual plan. And as the Mayor has mentioned, we have presented that information to you in topics this year. The reason for doing that is obviously we're going to have the long-term plan next year, but it does make it a little bit more focused on what those topics are. Before, when we presented them by individual submitter, you get lost on what those topics are through that process of when you've got a lot of submissions to consider. So I understand it's a little bit different, and I know it's a little bit confusing. We'll work on that, improving that as we head into the long-term plan. But I do, will appreciate your feedback at the end of that to see if there's a way to continue forward, and we'll make an improvement on that. So for those that are speaking to the submissions, the full submissions is in this booklet as well. So the ones that are speaking to them, the full verbal submission is at the back as well of that of that booklet that's there for you. So you can refer to what they have presented as a full document. Yeah. So yeah, over to you, Skinny.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mayor Kircher, just looking at the submission, the two submissions on the revenue and financing policy. I have two questions about the first one. One is whether, well, a procedural one, should we accept a submission from somebody who doesn't say who they are, doesn't say where they live, and won't provide any information about emails or phone numbers? Having said that, having asked that question, the submission to me actually does raise what I think is a quite legitimate matter for us to consider, perhaps not now, but maybe for the long-term plan. The submitter, whom we don't know whether they are in fact Marie D or somebody else, but the submitter says, how about requiring resource consent and charging business rates for all short-term rentals on properties not occupied by the owner? Bracket their primary residence or the batch that they rent out, we're not using it themselves. They are obviously businesses and should be treated as such. I do have some sympathy for that position in respect of motels and other people who are rated at a different and more costly level. Is this something that we could consider perhaps for inclusion in the long-term plan?
Yeah, I'll go straight to Mr. Hope.
Something like this, certainly, that we can consider it, but yeah, it's because of the limited range of differentials we have at the moment. There's actually not a lot of difference between the way a residence and a business is rated, so it would probably be looking at that wider issue as well.
Now, supplementary, that's interesting. So what you're suggesting to me is that perhaps the purest notion that we didn't have differentials, which I in principle tend to support, might have actually served its purpose and lived its useful life, and maybe we need to look at differentials in a more nuanced way and perhaps even have differentials within a residential rating mechanism.
I think, yeah, differentials are very commonly used throughout the country to try and achieve some of the wider funding objectives. So, if we are working through a long-term plan, something like that should be reconsidered.
We have looked at some of those options in the past, as you probably recall, and one of the things was looking at particularly houses and so on that were rented out for visitors, whether there should be an extra charge which would help pay towards tourism promotion, for example. So there was that. And I think you do have to be a little bit careful if you're just defining something as a business because the owner's not living there. I mean, there's a lot of rentals that obviously owners don't live there, that they are businesses, but it would be, if we were loading an extra cost on there, that would be the renter that would pay, which would be make things perhaps more difficult on an equity sort of basis. Mr. Cook, if you want to make a comment on it.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Just in reflection of that discussion point, I think councillors would need to consider how that information would be obtained and assembled, and what a compliance team may discover once they start assembling that sort of information.
Yeah, I don't want to extend the conversation too long, but my question was, is it something we should consider for the long-term plan? And Paul said that he thinks it is. The potential problems you identify may well influence that any proposal or whether we proceed with the proposal. But I just think there is some merit in trying to capture some return from a group of people who are essentially in competition with another group of ratepayers who are paying substantially more. The only other question, though, again, very briefly to Mandy, is why did we accept the submission when it does seem to me that it doesn't actually meet some of the criteria we've set?
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. We accepted the submission because it was actually one of the 2 hard copies that we received. And these days there has been a change in legislation that does require an opportunity to have their say. If they don't require that, all feedback is passed through. So there's been a change in legislation. It is entirely up to you whether you want to consider that piece of feedback there or not. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any other questions or comments on the that or the other submission on the finance and revenue policy? Councillor Blackler?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll probably just endorse Councillor Hopkins' summary there, but it is also interesting to note that the next submission actually raised similar issues as well, albeit in a slightly different way. But and my recollection is we had actually discussed in the lead up to this consultation too about the same topic and the possible inclusion of it in the long-term plan as opposed to this annual plan. So yeah, it's nice to see that feedback coming in from the community as well.
Yeah, certainly. I think if we want to take it further when we meet next Monday to do our deliberations and seek further information and so forth, that'll be opportunity to perhaps ask for that or just simply pass it through to the long-term plan that we do next into next year. Councillor McCone?
Look, I'll just endorse the last 2 speakers. I think if you can't put your name to it, it can't be held as a valid point for further consideration and respect that we're making decisions on these things, and yes, they may be the same what we receive, but it's a bit like writing a letter to the paper. If you don't put your name at the end of that letter, you don't get it published, and this is the same scenario.
Okay, thank you. Right, so that's those 2 submissions sorted. So we'll move on to the annual plan submission.
Nick, sorry, just to be clear, how are officers recording this conversation? Have we told you enough to say that we want more information next Monday, or are you registering that this is an issue to be considered for the LTP, or what is it? What have you taken on board from the conversation we've had, please?
At this stage, I've just noted that that's something for the long-term plan, but as the Mayor has mentioned, we will be discussing this again in deliberations next week. So we can confirm at that point if you wanted more information towards it before the key directions, or whether you are willing to take that forward to the LTP.
And if I can just add to that, as those sorts of things are happening, councillor, I actually write action, and then I write either a noted for LTP or a discussion point for Mandy. So I write little things in the draft minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, right, just sort out where we're up to. So we'll head on to the part 2 of the agenda. So looking at the non-verbal submissions and the topics that were in there. Along the way, there's a couple of submitters that we're going to be speaking to us, and their submissions are in full, but they aren't able to turn up. So we'll consider those as we get to them. I think would be probably the easiest way to cover them off. So we've got let's see, just get these links. So question 1 that we had asked in the document was ideas for savings, and there's the responses are in there. So that's on page 4 of the replacement agenda. So just on this one, Mandy, do you want to start us off with, do you want to do bit of a, speak to each one as we get to these and then we go into the details.
Yeah, so just to, so you're all aware, we had a lot of options, responses that came through for the feedback that came through via email. And when the survey was set up, it was set to require responses on a number of those options. So we had to default, well, people hadn't specifically responded to them. We had to default to a don't know, which isn't necessarily their position, but the position that we had to take for consistency across. So in the report there, you can see that 43 out of the 95 received a response to that. And themes of perceived savings has been summarised on that first page there before we go into the actual document. So as it says, on the ideas for savings, 7.1% were positive sentiment, 38 were neutral and 50 were negative sentiment, 4.8 were mixed. And when we say negative, it's just, the sort of responses that we got were just fairly negatively toned rather than what their suggestion was the way that it was put, perhaps is probably the best way. But the positive thing is we did receive a number of really great feedback from our community and, with a lot of context to it, which we haven't had in the past. And that was really valuable for us to really provide you all the thoughts from our community on each of the topics put out there. So, yeah.
And in those summaries, we've also got the split in two. So there's the verbal submissions come first and the responses on those particular topics from them, and then there's non-verbal submissions. We'll probably have more opportunity on the verbal ones as those people turn up. So perhaps don't need to go into too much detail on those, but I think at the moment it's really just, if anyone's got any particular comments on some of the feedback on those questions, just raise it and if you think it's of interest, and give your view on it should you wish to. So looking through there, we've got on page 7, we've got the verbal submissions going on to page 8, and then we've got the non-verbal submissions summary. So is there anything anyone wants to raise out of those? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, I must say I like Ray's little sentence, Ray Henderson's sentence, fantastic, we'll have to wait. It might be a motto for all of us, but looking at 47 of the verbals, and it's a matter that's been raised by a number of other people. I'm wondering if, in response to submissions, we might want to consider removing the wharf end installation on Holmes Wharf. There are other matters that I think we also might want to emphatically consider removing. But given that we're just looking briefly at the verbals at the moment, I'm wondering if that's something that we could take off the table. Looking at the non-verbal ones, I'd like to have to discuss perhaps in a little more detail Sven Thelming's very detailed and itemised submission, but if we're just looking at the verbals at the moment, that would be my question to colleagues.
I mean, that is the purpose of next Monday, but equally, if there's no rate funding on that particular one, if it's all externally funded, then would you still want that taken off?
No.
No.
No, if the source was outside rating, then I think the key thing would be to make that absolutely clear to the submitter and other submitters and just let them know that it's not going to happen unless and until we get that external funding.
So, yeah, I'm just checking with Mandy. Is it something you want raised, those types of things raised now, or is it really next Monday?
I mean, obviously, deliberations where we will go through those projects and proposals for people of that feedback more specifically that impact what we bring forward to the key deliberations. But the feedback and discussion now is welcome if there is the time to do so. I just also wanted to just point out that included in that verbal submissions is submission there from Franz Schluck, who will not be actually speaking today. We just didn't get the time to remove his. But his comments are further forward in the non-verbal submissions as well. So just to reiterate that. So you can look at the verbals first. Yep.
Councillor Holding and then Councillor McCone.
Thanks, Manny. Just on page 6, there's a submission there that's referenced in a couple of the community meetings about the rebranding exercise. Just when it comes to deliberations, can we just have clarification that's to do with the township signage?
you want to, we can wait till the deliberations, but that rebranding is not regarding the town signage. Right.
Councillor McCone?
Yes, right, further to what Jim was saying with spent telling, I think we should look at that further. While some of it may be funded, he raised some very valid points, and I suppose at the end of the day, every $500,000 we save is 1% less on rates rise. It's worth looking at.
Yeah, I think part of it is certainly making note, whether it's officers make note or you make note that when we meet on Monday, that this is something you want to get into detail. There's opportunities to have some discussion on it today. But yeah, it's getting that balance right so that we get through everything today and can then address things in more detail next week. So it very much is like, if there's particular things, he's got a very large list there. And if there's you think there's a topic there that might require a wee bit extra information next Monday than what might be available to us ordinarily, then it is good to raise it today so that information can be available for a proper discussion next week. So of that list, were there any particular ones that you felt were of particular importance, or is it just everything?
Yeah, without doing too much homework, I think just look at everything, and if it is something there, we need to know what it is, I think.
Councillor Hopkins?
Well, my comment with regard to Sven's was, I'm pretty sure some of these are non-rate funded. Like, for instance, the Waitaki identity and storytelling, the CBD blueprint. I notice he reconsiders his opposition to the work at the airport. But so the first thing I would want from officers is which of these are areas where he does identify savings are to be rate funded, because I don't think all of them are. And I know we've discussed the Puketapu track, for instance, at great length. And although the figure of 800,000 is in the annual plan, nowhere near that amount will be coming from rates. So I do think it's important that we break down those and identify proposed savings that Sven is suggesting that will come from rates and from other sources. The other issue that I think, the other boil we could lance right now with the non-verbals is non-verbal submission number 10 from Tracy Young, who's clearly speaking for an awful lot of people in Omarama. Seems to be the single biggest issue for the whole district is the adventure playground in Omarama. Can we please officially, finally and categorically say there will not be an adventure playground in Omarama? It is off the table. Thank you all for your submissions. You can all go to bed happy and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Mr. Barnley?
I think the challenge we've got with that is that it's in the Omarama master plan, which was agreed by council following consultation with the community. So I think, I would suggest that we'd want to hear from the whole community on that. And I think the challenge we have at the moment is we're getting different voices in the Omarama community about what's wanted and what's not. And we're sort of caught in the middle of that as a council. And we need to find a way through that with the community before making decisions. And, if there was a united voice of the community that was not wanted, then that'd be great. But we're getting, different messages from different sections of the community on that at the moment.
It does seem to me, though, given the number of submissions we've had, I'd be interested in your and Mandy's comments. It does seem to me that there's an overwhelming view within Omarama if the number of people who've submitted is anything to go by. It does seem to me that however the master plan was originally adopted or whatever process, and I'm not challenging or contesting that, it does seem to me that people have focused on one thing, it's just causing us a disproportionate amount of grief, time and cost. Even if we have to revisit the master plan with a proposal that that item be removed from it, then the community can submit and we can finally put the matter to rest, surely.
I'd be interested in the board member's view, and he's probably closer to it than me, but certainly I understand from my team, yeah, we're hearing from, in this submissions process, the people who are against it, but we're not hearing from the people who are working with the council who are for it, who are trying to do things in that direction to implement the master plan, and that aspect of the master plan and other aspects as well. So we are sort of caught in the middle there. We do need to try and find a way through it to make a decision, but we're not hearing from the people who are talking to the council about how to take forward the plan for that.
Having been to a public meeting there where there was, I can't remember now, 25, 30 people turned out, there seemed to be only people speaking against it. So that certainly came away feeling like this community does not want that project. But then hearing that, a different view was expressed with a smaller group of the people that were there who hadn't spoken up. So I don't know where it is, where it's at, and I think it is something that it would be helpful as the representatives of the community that we try and determine what is the best way forward on this one. There are, I think it was listed as the 5th or 6th priority. But looking at the things that were ahead of it on priority list, they are things that we have less ability to control and actually action as far as council goes. So when it comes to what council can do, it did get closer to the top. I'm not saying it was the top one, but I think we all want to do what the community wants. And some of the things that they want, we can't do, but what are the things we can do? And how do we best deal with that? Brent, do you have a comment on that as the Hariri councillor?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just having a look at the master plan here, and the wording is activity/adventure zone on land behind the community centre. I think what the issue there is, we also, there's also a playing field at the back, and there's some desire from some community members to have that reinstated to some degree and looked after. I think the wording is quite broad. I think, there's a desire to have something changed there, but I think being stuck on the idea of some big flash adventure playground that's going to transform the entire area may not be the outcome or the desired outcome or intent in the first place. I think there'll be a plan in the next while to update these master plans at some stage through community boards, is there?
Well, it needs to be updated because there's some action happened on some of the things, and it may not be the time right now to do that, but I would think they need to be updated at least every 3 years. Unless nothing's happening in a particular community, but it certainly is.
Wondering if that's the time for us to do more engagement around what overall, there's been some big movements as you've seen, Gary, and some of the areas, and I know there's a desire in others that we'll see as we go through this AP. So I think some of it is just around perhaps the wording, but it is activity/adventure zone on land behind the community centre, which is quite a broad description.
I think there's also further information just around the better off funding and so on. I think that'd be good to have that. Whatever the latest information is on the better off funding next week. Some of these projects like the Puketapu track and so on that have been proposed to be partially funded through that. Whether that's still an opportunity or not, but just bearing that in mind too. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if we can't do a few. They cut through quite relatively minor but significant things today. Why don't we stop talking about adventure playgrounds and actually go back to the wording of the master plan, activity adventure zone? And why don't we actually resolve to reduce the budget allocation for that activity adventure zone from 400,000 to 50, which might actually relieve a lot of the angst, because I think a deal of the concern is about the quantum of money to be invested in it as much as the thing itself. So I make those two suggestions to us. Those are things we could do today.
Yeah, I think it's probably not a really good process to actually make decisions before we've actually heard the submissions. There's an opportunity to get into them a bit more and hear more of the reasoning and so forth. Only if you want to have genuine consultation on this stuff, which I know we do. So let's leave that one for Monday. I don't think we can make the announcement quite today on that one. Councillor Ryan. And then Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, I'm jumping back slightly just to Councillor Holding's question around the rebrand. And I understood Mandy said that it's not part of the signage, but it was my understanding that it was sort of being done, the timing wise, it was aligning with that. Is someone able to go into a bit more detail about that?
My understanding of the Waitaki story or whatever the branding is going to inform how then signage can be done with consistency, each telling an entrance sign telling the story of that location, but having a commonality of branding that makes sure that people know that they're in the Waitaki district, whether they're in Omarama or Hamden, for example.
So yeah, that's spot on. And I think the council branding was to then follow on from that. Do we need to adjust the council branding in light of that work around the district? So the amount was put in there for that, and in light of the transformation programme as well.
Okay, we've got our first speaker is actually zooming in, and she's online at the moment. But well, is there anything else out of this section? Sorry, Councillor Thompson, you did have you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just challenge my colleagues to maybe lift the bar and think philosophically for a moment, in the sense that we're reacting to specific comments of people on specific issues. If I go back to Councillor Hopkins, when you raised, and rightly so, the fact that people running Airbnbs and not paying an equitable rate alongside a motelier. A similar argument could be made for the amount of money that's proposed to be spent on the Alps to Ocean, that there is only one sector of the community benefits from this. Now, I don't hold a position on it, but I think people need to realise that when government funding was made available for that particular track, one of the provisos were that council couldn't charge. And I wonder whether, again, in the interests of equity, we need to be having those discussions, because there are a vast number of other things that we're going to. So it's not a criticism. I just think that we need to maybe think in that visionary space as against specific issues.
Councillor Blackler, we've got someone waiting in the waiting room, so I want to admit her. But if we can let her in, and Councillor Blackler, if you just say what you want to say, and then we'll go to the submitter.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay, no, good as gold. Right, just connecting through. So, good morning, Viv. We've got Viv Smith-Campbell online. Councillors, we've got, that's page 239. So, Viv, welcome all the way from Lake Oahu. Good to see you. So, you've got, your floor is yours if you just want to address your submission and anything you want to talk about with that, and then there'll be time for questions.
Morena koutou. Greetings from far away up the valley at Lake Oahu, to you way down the valley at the Moana. So I hope you've got a good day down there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission on the annual plan. And I'd like to just say how much I appreciated the great work that went into that consultation document. I love seeing the te reo used in the document. It shows inclusiveness and it honours our mana whenua. And I think that the biggest thing to me that I really liked the honesty of the document. I think sometimes these processes can be a bit daunting and figures and things might be a bit fudged because the reality of some of the costs and around services and things can seem to be a bit daunting for communities. But I think we do need to have really honest conversations around just what the cost is to providing the services and then making decisions about what those services are and the level of service. I just want to make 3 points from my submission. The first one is a plea to you to not make short-term decisions. I want to see Waitaki District to have a strong future with options available. So please keep options available for the future, and we don't know what that future is and we don't know what options we might want. So this relates to some of the suggestions around sale of property. I don't know all the details about the property, but also I don't know in the future what value those properties or assets might have to the community, particularly in relation to things like responding to climate change in the future. So please be careful about making short-term decisions. Please put equity into your decision-making, which I think is what happens already in a lot of things in terms of the district. Way up here, we pay for services way down in Oamaru, which I don't particularly ever use. I know they're there and I know they're valuable to the community, and I'm not worried about us paying for them. But I think that when we're looking at things like water supply, and that was one of the direct questions in the consultation, I think it's important to think that water supply is equal to me in terms of things like the cultural assets that we all already spread the cost across the district. Water supply and safe water supply is something that the whole community benefits from if the whole community has access to that safe water supply. In the document, I saw there was a bit of a bias, I thought, talking about schemes that had small numbers and were remote, such as Lake Oahu. But I think it's also important to think about, in terms of equity, the large numbers of users and the oldness or ancientness of some of those systems. So I think putting all those sort of thoughts into the equation is important so we have equity. And the last point is about community partnerships. So the document asked about ways that the council could, other partnerships that the council could develop in terms of delivering services. I think, the traditional model has been to have one big contractor that delivers, say, all the reserves services, all the roading services, etc. But we are quite a unique district in terms of the distance that we have to have. A lot of our contractors are located way down there somewhere and not up this way. So thinking about having community contact people, I'm not talking about goodwill, these would be contracted people to actually be the eyes and ears and to deliver some simple services that would be better delivered locally than from a centralised. So that's what I'd like to say. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Viv. And certainly one of the things that Mr. Palmley and staff are looking at is how to look at more at local communities and how we deliver services in that. So, the highly vaunted transformation may assist in that process. So, we certainly take that on board and looking at how we do things better and more efficiently and more cost effectively as we go through. But councillors, are going questions for Viv? We'll go to Councillor Cowles first and then Councillor Hopkins.
Hi, Viv, and first of all, congratulations on what you've put in here, very constructive and helpful. I know that it is a challenge for many of our communities up there, really around, I guess, some of these services. And I know in the past, there used to be townspeople who looked after some of the towns. I'm just wondering what sort of services you feel that they could be doing. You know, if that's a role or a position that's contracted up the valley. I see here that, you know, notifying when things need mowing. Are there other services that you see that they could perform?
I think some of the things are sort of being some of those services might just be a local contact person, because you know, it's a long way to come up. Someone makes a what is it, snap, send, solve thing about something, and it needs to be investigated. It's a blimmin' long way for someone to drive up to investigate whether the stormwater drain is blocked, you know. And so someone locally might be able to check that out, and actually might be able to just pull the weeds away from it, or the debris out of the stormwater grate, and that's fixed. So sorry, I haven't got the big long list of things, but you're right. I think there are a number of things that used to be sort of delivered locally that I think could be.
Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Well, I think Viv's answer to Brent's question has would have been addressed as the question I had as well.
Okay, excellent. Anyone else? No, okay. Thanks very much, Viv. Appreciate you taking the time to make this submission, and very good one. All the best for your rebuild. I can see it's progressing quite well. So yeah, I'm sure you're looking forward to getting that finished and getting it used again.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
Right. Okay, councillors, we'll go back to the non-verbals, and so we were on the question one, the ideas for savings, and we'll go to Councillor Blackler. Do you want to say what you had to say? Yeah.
I just had a comment regarding Franz Schlack's item. I think it was number 41, just for it come back to it. The comment around you know, a campaign around community involvement and such, like, I think is a good idea, and would obviously link into the project that's listed. I can't remember the project number, but it's a specific volunteer kind of initiator project. I just wondered if we take into account what's being proposed here, are the funds that are set aside for that project sufficient to incorporate, you know, such a suggestion, or do we need to consider bolstering that a little bit further?
Do anyone?
Oh, and also, sorry, just to supplement, the Viv's last, you know, the verbal submission, item number 72 is basically saying the same thing from Cal Reid, and I note throughout the submissions, I think Jeff Keeling on behalf of the DDDA, it's a similar theme about how we can connect with those smaller local communities to deliver things more efficiently, but you know, through local input.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned transformation. I'm wondering whether actually, you know, one of the things that we could be able to do at some stage, or Alex and team, is maybe have a, you know, Q&A webinar type set up at the appropriate time to share some of those thoughts and so forth. It may not be the right time quite at the moment, but just, yeah, that I think would help. Certainly helps when we he and I did the Q&A during the annual plan process, and Alex was able to talk a lot to transformation and, you know, really what it meant, and I think people started to get it much more. So yeah, see that as potential opportunity to perhaps share some of that in the future. Councillor You want to comment? No, that's right. Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Holding.
Just picking up on Councillor Thompson's point, I think we're being strategic, but also responding to individual submissions. And I was actually going to raise precisely the matter he's brought up in respect of individual submission 45 from Arlene Goss at Dunbank, who talked about postponing improvements on the A2O Ocean Trail maintenance only, make the trail user pays. I believe that we are absolutely entitled 120% in terms of the constraints we're under. I think I want to formally respond to submissions like this by actually resolving to go to MB and request that they remove any restraint on charging for the use of the trail, or request that they consider it. And I suggest we involve the local MP in that process. And what I'm saying is, in response to a submission, let's say, right, we're going to do it. We've talked about it long enough. I believe we can do it, we should do it, and we may get a positive and sympathetic response. So I would like to make that strategic suggestion in specific response to a particular submitter, Arlene Goss.
I think there's certainly something we can talk about in more detail next Monday. Councillor Holding.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, I'm going back to the weeds on submission number 44, weeds on the side of the road.
Which road?
No, just in relation to the spraying of road size and the washouts that is causing undermining. Something has been raised quite often, and I don't want us to solve it, but I would like an answer from Roading, because I know we did have some trials to maybe look at addressing some of these. So if some sort of answer come to Roading on that one, and deliberations would be good.
Mr. Hope, Group Manager in charge of weeds, on roadsides anyway. No, do you, it may be possible to, some report does go to a meeting for the roading subcommittee, it's, or perhaps an activity update.
Yep, it seems a good way to go forward. I mean, just to update what the latest thinking is and what the current practice and the level of performance is.
Yeah, because we know it costs more, but then it's, is actually, does it save money in the long term if you don't have as much scouring, etc. So yeah, it's needing to look at the life of a lifetime costs of a road. Right, anyone else on that? Okay, well, we can go to on my right bit of paper, to the next topic, question number 2, which is on page 42 and convene. And Councillor Hopkins, just add 515 onto that and you'll get to where you need to be, I think. Right, Mandy, any comments from you to start things?
You've probably already read the front end there, but just a summary there with a number of ideas for partnerships that were received, which was really great to see those ideas coming through. As has been pointed out there earlier, we did have to say don't know for those that didn't respond directly to those questions. That's been taken out of that summary involvement. So yeah, it was great to see some really wonderful ideas coming through. That's it's really been a positive result from this feedback. So.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I would just note that I think some of these requests to be involved with partnerships were basically, I think what might be described or has been described in central government terms as rent seeking, because a number of the requests for partnerships were basically people saying, why don't you partner with us by paying for something we want to have done? Which isn't necessarily my definition of partnership, but there were some really positive suggestions about partnerships, and I was encouraged to see the general enthusiasm for doing it, as well as a more positive response to some of the other questions that we asked as well, but we can talk about them later.
Thank you. Councillors, any other comments? Councillor Thompson.
I just commend submitter number 47 for really thinking outside the box. We tend to focus on revitalising the harbour for recreational use, but there's an encouragement there that we talk to actual commercial or government users as well.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, a question about submitter 41, Franciscus Schlack. I'm wondering what other councillors think about his suggestion that we, perhaps in collaboration with others, engage a lobbyist in Wellington to guard against government decisions, detrimental, etc. I know we've talked about how we engage in Wellington, but is there something that other councillors think we might want to consider?
Well, I think, there has been some consideration and some discussion on that. But I think we could formalise that a little bit more next Monday. So certainly be a topic to raise and have a bigger discussion on. Anyone else? Okay, we can go to question 3, feedback on fees and charges, and that's page 54 on convene. And hand to Mandy again, just to give your view on submissions.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of, although it says that there was a lot that were sort of, the comment was quite mild towards it. There was some that sort of said, costs of living are getting high, so why would you put the fees and charges up? But yet a lot of people sort of made the comment in balance that we weren't putting them up much. And if we have to, cover our costs, then it is what it is. And some even had suggestions for other areas to put those fees and charges up. So again, it's great feedback to help you make a decision and a position on all this for the year forward.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mayor Kircher, I don't want to debate the submissions from Derek Neve and Eric Bretcher. What I do want is to see if we can get on next Monday or later from our officer in charge of risk assessments, an assessment of the risk here, because I read the detail of those two submissions and the references to us being audited for non-compliance and the case law around what the High Court has ruled with regard to coastal permits and so on. I have a feeling in my waters that there's a legal challenge embedded in this, and I want to know what the risks are, and I want to know whether it might be prudent to back off. And I also want to know whether the double berthing submissions and the allegations about, or the claims that the cost of those are unreasonable, have merit. So I would like a considered response on risk, and I don't want to go, as I say, I don't want to litigate the detail, but they are very, very detailed and suggest to me there's a litigious tone to them.
So we have had separate correspondence outside of this process on those matters, and they're being dealt with through legal advice.
What was it last?
They're being dealt with legal advice.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, it costs a heck of a lot to maintain the breakwater, which provides the safety that boat owners utilise, and I think we need to be mindful that we want to be fair about that. It is a significant benefit that they get through that. So part of it is user pays, and if moorings have to be checked and so forth, it's. Yeah, I'd just say, well, should it be the general ratepayers that are having to pay for that, or the boat owners themselves? So, we'll see how that discussion goes in due course.
Yes, thank you for that. Supplement very quickly, Don Welsh, submitter 46, suggests, I believe, a fair price for a long-term double berth should be half the price of a normal wharf berth. And I'm sympathetic to that, superficially just looking at it, so I wouldn't mind a bit more in response on that on Monday as well, please.
Sorry, I'm just reading it. Yep. Oh my God. Well, sorry, we'll need to talk about process later on that. So does it, yeah, I guess, does anyone want to comment on Councillor Hopkins? Can we go to Councillor Holding and then Councillor Blackler?
It just dawned on me that maybe it wouldn't be ready to address on Monday, and would it be appropriate for something to be done for a hub committee at a later date beforehand, or is that?
I think there's there's a level of information we're not getting, we don't have here, and I think it's, yeah, we can have hopefully some of that next week, but then that will help steer where we go with it. Councillor Blackson.
Oh yeah, I'm just endorsing the request for a bit more information so we can consider the issue fully.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we can go to question 4, the roading levels of service on page 69 of the convene agenda.
34% not spend more, mate. Only 30% not spend less.
Well, if remind ourselves of the question, it was like we can spend less and get way less. We can spend the same and get less. We can spend a bit more and get the same.
Yeah.
So we know people want roads to be better, and it was almost a no-brainer for most people, I think. But that is the challenge of making our dollars go as far as we can. Particularly when NZTA runs out of money before we've got all the work done. So any comments on those? Go for it, Jim.
I'm just trying to find them. There's a couple of submissions that may come up later, I think from Greymont. Are we going to hear from them verbally? Okay, that's fine. There's one or two very specific submissions regarding particular roads or activities on roads. And I would like to suggest that we do ask officers to consider a reconfiguration of some of roading's priorities and budgets. Because the one thing that frustrates me and has for years is we appear to be absolutely consistently and persistently refusing to listen to people's requests to do something that we actually have a policy to implement, i.e. co-funding of SEAL or other extensions. And yet roading doesn't seem to want to do it, ergo it never happens.
So if you mention a submission, if you can say which one it is, what page it's on, would be helpful.
Well, there's a community board in the Ahuriri Community Board, there's the Greymont one, and there's the stormwater submission in Nairn Street that does also involve roading. So there's
95. I'm just trying to get a number so we can fine tune what.
Well, I think all three are coming to submit verbally, so we will hear them.
Right.
Yeah. So what was the other one, councillor?
The Greymont Holdings, the Ahuriri Community Board, and there was a civil engineer from Nairn Street who was proposing a stormwater connection, but obviously it's in the road envelope, so it would involve roading as well as waters.
Okay. So certainly Greymont and Ahuriri are both speaking to submissions. So yeah, those are ones that we'll come up again, come up with later on, and have an opportunity to speak a bit more then.
Basically, he'll be here at 15.
Right.
Yes, he's the next speaker.
Okay. Councillor McCone.
Just as a general comment over the whole roading thing, and I think it's summed up with the percentages preferring D. We should be looking at that quite closely, and it doesn't matter who put it in there, although have D need their cases. That's what the submissions want. So I think we should look at it with a very good light.
Okay. Any other comments? Oh, sorry. Mindy.
Sorry, thanks, Mikucha. I just want to let Councillor Hopkins know that we have already spoken to the roading team regarding the Nen Street request, and we will have an update already coming to for the deliberations on that one. So no problem.
Okay, nothing else on roading? We go to question 5, rating for water services. And looking at how we deal with the issues of high costs and small populations, and how we can make water affordable for everyone. So, one comment I would make is it would be good to, if we're have it available next week, to have an understanding of what the impact of some of the most recent upgrades will have on those communities. Got raised at the Ahuriri Community Board about the, I think it's around $1.5 million debt in their water account, and that was from September 2023. I told them it's probably closer to 4 million because that's what got spent on the water upgrade. So that is one small community that's got a very large bill sitting there. So, you know, as we make these decisions, it would be good to have some examples from the likes of Amarama, Palmerston with its water pipe upgrades, Kakanui, and so on. So that'll help us, help inform us what the impact's going to be, and then, you know, how do we take the as much pain out of it as possible. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Hopkins.
I'm encouraged that a large number of people want to equalise the costs, but I'm also concerned, particularly with the rural schemes, where the focus in equalising the cost is in providing potable drinking water to humans, when the major use of these schemes come with 4 legs. And I know of one ratepayer at Hamden who's pointed out that his water rate has increased some 4-fold with going on to the scheme as against what was provided. So we really need to try and search out an equitable solution there, and hopefully Friday talking to Te Mana Atawai might help as well.
Yeah, it will be good to talk to them directly and get an understanding from them about timetables and so forth. Talking with their local MP yesterday around some of the water issues and so on. It was discussions just around timing and so on came into that, because we all know we're under some fairly tight timeframes for water upgrades for those last remaining schemes that need to be done. So they are the high hanging fruit. We've done all of the easier ones. So getting some answers will be good, at least giving our view to Te Mana Atawai. Councillor Hopkins and Councillor McCone.
Yeah, I'm wondering if officers would agree. I'm looking at a submission or a summary from a submission on page 69. It's the most extensive quote on the page. I'm not convinced that all the upgrades and costs are necessary. I think mandating that developers pay more should be made. we have a large number of rural supplies, all perfectly fine. We could provide additional storage capacity, leave the cost of treatment to the individual. It seems to me that, and this is a representative submission, in other words, this person is speaking for a number of other people. It's quite clear, I think, that we haven't effectively communicated that in a lot of instances, we're not doing what we want to do, we're doing what we've been told to do. And I'm wondering if officers would agree with me that there needs to be a better and clearer targeted communication campaign, just getting across why we're doing what we're doing and who's telling us to do it.
My initial response is we've done so much communication on waters, videos, that is included in, this document that, people have responded to. But clearly the message isn't reaching everyone. I think some of the responses show that, the message is reaching them, that, they understand it's not us driving this, it's, government mandated, standards that we're having to respond to and a regulator who's enforcing those standards. But I think it's one of those things, I think we do need to challenge, our communication methods. Are there different ways we should be communicating to reach those people who it hasn't landed with yet? But I think we need to keep on communicating as well, because it's about that consistency of messaging. There's been national features run by LGNZ, which I think have had high profile as well on behalf of the sector about this is a national issue, water costs rising as we all councils have to meet standards and the burden that that's placing on councils and ratepayers. From my perspective, it's hard to see how people have missed this, but then I'm in the sector and all over this. But it's been such widespread national and local publicity, but we need to keep on with it. And if there are other suggested methods we should be using to get the message across about what we're having to do, rather than it being what we want to do, then happy to entertain those ideas.
Thanks, Robert.
Councillor McCone and Councillor Blackmer.
Yeah, look, what Jim said and Alex to a point, so I agree with all of it, but in a certain way. And I think we have to be very careful that we don't lump it in my opinion, across the board. And I think we've got to isolate the rural communities from the town communities and engage the population. So I use, and you guys are probably sick of talking about it, but there's 142 consumers on the Tauranga water scheme supplying 700 units of water. And as Jim alluded to, most of that goes down Stock's throat. Whereas in a town, there's 1 unit of water, it's on demand, they can use as much as they want. But each unit of water, as a cost basis for a rural person, is a huge cost. It's about $500 a unit, and most farms out of our neck of the woods take between 4 and 5 units per annum that they pay for. So you've got to be very careful how you regulate that and where you put it in it, and how you do that, I'm not sure. But I think the first way to do it is identify your rural and your urban.
Councillor Blackler.
Just on the same submission point, I think it aligns, or what's being suggested here aligns quite closely with the acceptable solutions available through Taumata Arawai that that we've recently put forward the notice of motion on to, and so to I guess give credence to the submission. I think we can safely put forward that we're giving consideration in this regard to what can be achieved around these suggestions within the framework we're required to operate under.
Thank you. Just noting too, there is an increasing discussion around water meters, and particularly from people who have come from places with meters and the benefits that they bring. We haven't discussed it in any detail at all, but at some stage, I think there needs to be a discussion on that, and sharing of information with the community about how it's more of a user pays process, how it saves water, how it's actually decreases the investment needed in water because we're actually using a bit less of it, but how it can still be kept affordable for the people who are using it. So that's, it's not something we're going to sort out and want to do in this next year, but I think the discussion needs to happen in this next year as far as where to. So as part of the next long-term plan. Right, anything else on that one? Okay, we have got Cal Reid here from the Hariri Community Board. So Cal, if you're ready, we can go to your submission and you can speak to that. So welcome.
Can you do your page +515?
So if you go to page 264 and for you add 515, Councillor Hopkins. Just working on a slightly different system. Right, Cal, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors.
Just push the mic again. It's just gone off.
There we are.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, CEO, councillors. Right, I'll start on the as it was written on our last board agenda. So we resubmitted the footpath toward Kuria Bridge, which is a repeat submission. That was to join the pathways between the town down to the first bridge at heading towards the Hacker. And I think it had been passed for something to be done, but as yet nothing has been done. And one of the safety issues why this came up is because, as you'll see from the photos, we get a lot of the older people from Wayland Lodge head down there on their scooters or walking to get down between the bridges to be able to use the track around between the two bridges, and also just community. And once you get past the wetlands area, actually that's another reason. The wetlands areas are quite popular now. We just thought that it would be quite prudent to be able to get that tar sealed so they can actually get down without having to drive on the road. That is a real issue. So, any questions on that one, or do you want me to move on to the next one? Or do you want me to do them all?
I think if you just go through them all and then we can go back to whatever points we want to.
The second submission was also submitted from last year as well, and that was the footpath between the school down to the town. Now, again, between the kids leaving school and walking down there, it pitters out to nothing, to a really rough, gravelly area, as you'll see in the photos. But also, again, we have the Wayland Lodge residents who use that pathway to the point where they can't use it anymore and they have to get onto the road. So again, it's a health and safety issue. And also, a core thing for council, pathways and etc. So it would be really good to see something move on with that. I know it got passed for something to be done, but at this stage, still nothing has been done. And the board hasn't had any correspondence on what status, well, where it is as far as the project is and all that. So that was the reason for that one. And then the third one was a wee area behind the Plunkett rooms, which was where the old toilets were. So that's become quite overgrown, and we've managed to get it back onto the roading maintenance plan to get it cut every once in a while. But as you can see from the photos, it is quite an old, rundown bit of area, and a couple of the board members through their community service on the Waitaki Valley Society are quite interested in turning that into a seated area with a cover, and we will be fundraising for it. But because roading are supposed to be doing a bit of maintenance, we would like the area to get some funding from council to make that happen. We will be raising funds for it as well, but because it's the EV charging area, and eventually we'd like to turn that into a bit of a village square, this would be the first part of it. And the fourth one is the Kuria Bike Park rebuild. I organised this quite a few years ago before COVID, and part of the construction was that every year there was supposed to be at least $1,500 spent on maintenance of it. Nothing's been done, and it's got to such a disrepair now that the kids can't use it anymore. I've had plenty of comments from parents who had to go down and find their kids for tea time at night because they're riding it so much. That's how big an asset it is to Courier, you know, so they're not sitting on computers at home, they're actually out there doing stuff, and now it's unable to be used. So we would like a project put together to bring that back up to standard so it can be part of the Courier playground area. I'm open to questions.
Thanks, Cal. Just to start things off, with those footpaths, you know, and just looking at the amenity rate for Courier, it's in a bit of deficit at the moment, or it might be in a small positive territory, but to do those footpaths, for example, would, you know, could be funded through a loan and then repaid over time. Is the board happy to take that approach, that it actually gets the work done and that'll just be repaid over?
I would take that back to the board. Me personally, I think we would, you know, I would vote for that. I can't say what the other board members would say to that, but I think they'd be pretty supportive. You know, it is really run down. Yeah, as you can see outside when you come down around the main corner there, there's no actual crossing. It's all full of potholes. Something really does need to be done, you know, whether it's a permanent service or just something that's compacted down, you know.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's good. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The bike park, I presume, looking at it, it's like a mountain bike park. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep. It was designed by M3. He specialises in those parks, and he suggested when we had it done that it needed you know, a wee bit of maintenance every year.
BMX. Yeah. Yep. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, the mayor may have addressed indirectly the question I was going to ask. Wouldn't the board be able to access the amenity rate for the refurb of the bike park? But then, again, if there's no money in it, or very little, perhaps we need to try and work with you guys to find a way to do that.
Just on that, Councillor Hopkins, it would come out of the ward services rate.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Recreational.
So yeah.
So I think it is in positive.
Have we given the board an allocation in respect of that, a power to act with regard to that particular ward services rate? So in that case, my question might be either to Paul or to Alex or to Callum. If the board has some discretionary empowerment over the ward services rate, could the board resolve on its own behalf to actually undertake the work at the Courier Bike Park using that rate? And the other question about that is, what are the issues with the beautification of the area where the old toilets are? Do we simply have to, are you asking us to ask Roading to let you do it? What do you want from us, please?
Yes, we are asking that, but also if we make that a permanent surface, then that will reduce maintenance over the years. And if we were to do that, we would like a bit of input from the Roading to help with fundraising there. We are going to fundraise for it. And just like the bike park, if I've got a inquiry out to M3 to come back to us with a quote to re-establish the bike park. And if it's, you know, I think David might have put a budget in there of 50K. If it was to be that much, then obviously we would go out for a spend, you know, to try and fundraise for that as well. And we've been in contact with a couple of funders who would put money towards that on top of what the council could put towards it as well. So,
Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I think on both of these issues, I mean, one being a road reserve makes that area a little bit more challenging than reserve to deal with, but it is an area that could do with a good tidy up, and with the charging next door, it is something that gets used quite regularly. As much as getting the bike park rebuilt, I think it's just as important that this time around, if we do that and that gets done, that there's an ongoing maintenance aspect put in place for us to be able to continue doing that. I know that, you know, there's a couple of three of these up and down the valley. They all get really high use, and it's great to see the kids on them, but ensuring that they're safe and maintained, I think is a really important aspect. But yeah, I'd certainly support us looking at that ward services rate and seeing where we can go with it.
Can I get an answer to that question? Can the board access that ward services rate and to what extent might that assist it to achieve the rehabilitation of the Kurau bike park?
Sorry, can I give you a response when you're doing the deliberations?
Okay.
I mean, I'll give you a quick one, but then I'll probably correct it
Okay.
in a week. So I'd rather give a decent one.
I think, the other question is, I mean, because, in my mind, they certainly can use that, and even a submission could be treated as, which they've agreed in their formal meeting, could be treated as a, go ahead type situation for staff. But equally, if the cost is coming back at 50,000 and the community can do it for much less than that, is, the question I'd ask for staff is, to be answered next week, is, is there an opportunity for them to work directly with a contractor potentially to do that?
I think, and, taking my board hat off and putting my Waitaki Valley Society hat on, as a group, we'd be more than happy to work with the council on that. And if it requires extra funding, we'll go out and find it.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, one other very quick question. You'll have seen all the submissions from Marama regarding the adventure playground. It was suggested to us earlier that it might be helpful for us to have the board's view on the matter. Does the board have a view on the matter?
The submissions re the adventure playground. Okay, the board doesn't generally have a view. My view is that at some stage in the grand plan, it must have been mooted by community that be looked at, and someone at council has put a 400k tag in there, which, for a adventure playground would be nothing really. But if there was a majority of people in Marama didn't want to go ahead with the venture playground, if it was ever mooted in a couple of 3-5 years time, well, the council would have, the board would have to support the majority there. But, younger people moving there, they've got kids, then they may well want a venture playground up there. Like I say, our playground gets used extensively. And I've had people come to me and say how during the holidays, part of their holiday plan with their kids is they go to start in Oamaru and work their way up the valley to all the playgrounds every day. So,
Very good. Any other questions on the community board's submission? In which case you take that hat off if you've made your own submission, a personal submission. Do you want to speak further to that?
I'll just quickly speak on that. It's pretty well, I thought it was a good consultation over the months. Gary came up and presented very well to us about the difficulties the council got. I've ticked the boxes there. The main one I probably did was how can we save money? One of the things would be not to overturn staff so much up the valley. Like I think we're on the 4th or 5th council staff member that's dealing with the Waitaki Valley, or up around the area anyway, for the reserves and that. And it's we just come up with a project or a plan or whatever, and the next minute they've left, and we're having to re-educate the next person coming up. So we trying to get someone a bit more long term to for our reserves, especially planning wise, would be a bit of a cost saving, I think, in my mind anyway.
Right. Thank you. Any questions, comments on those other points, Councillor Blackler?
Thanks for both submissions, Cal. But you mentioned about the use of local tradespeople in rural areas. We've had a verbal submission this morning outlining similar themes. I just wondered if you had any specific thoughts in that regard about how it might work.
Yes, thanks, councillor. Yes, I think that is coming more around the small, small roading track type work where we seem to get quotes from the council for, $28,000-30,000 for something that a local said that can be done for about 5K. Off road, we're not talking state highway 1 or anything. And also small projects where, we've got diggers and trucks and all the other stuff actually based in Kura rather than sending them all the way up from Oamaru. And just, they've got, we'd have to make sure they had their own health and safety plans. And I think one of the holdups for how locals are doing is just having to submit them to council, when really, as long as they're working safely and to work safe requirements, that's all that really matters.
Okay, I think that's everything. So thanks very much, Cal. Thanks for coming down, and appreciate the comments you made and the points you made. So
thanks very much, guys.
Thank you.
And girls.
Next we've got Jeff Keeling, who's representing the Duntroon District and Development Association. So welcome back to the chamber, Jeff. Good to see you. So when you're ready, push the button on the right and the floor is yours.
All right. Good morning, councillors and staff. Thank you very much. I'm here today with the DDDA, which has been running for over 20 years now, manages the Duntroon Domain camping ground. We hold the contract to clean the Duntroon toilets, and we use these income streams to help grow and improve things around Duntroon. Also act as a bit of an umbrella for other organisations. So yes, today I guess we've got the first topic is the speed limit through Duntroon. And I know it's not necessarily a council thing, and it's been a thorn in the side of the Duntroon community for many, many years. You've probably heard Mike Gray, many of you go on about it. And there's been lots of finger pointing between it's not us, and nothing happens. We thought we were getting a bit of traction, maybe with the previous government, but probably there've been, anyway, I'll leave that comment. So hopefully we can still get some traction on that speed limit there. The traffic in Duntroon, as I mentioned, with the Duntroon School on the eastern entrance, the hotel, the Domain, the Alps to Ocean, the Duntroon Garage, Blacksmith, all in one part of town. I think the need to be down to 50 kilometres an hour is something that should be continually advocated for. And I do thank Karen Turner through the ACB for being on that. As I've heard, Councillor Hopkins was quoted a while ago as saying the government is supporting localism. Maybe this is a little bit of localism that it needs to sort of just let us get on with and do. I suppose, and following on from that is protecting our green space. The council, the A2O, people have been concerned about the safety of cyclists on the cycle path on our green space opposite the hotel. One of the reasons, and we've been advocating for bollards or something to be put up, and one of the reasons they didn't want to put solid structures up from the roading department was that there's no curbing and channeling on the edge of the road, and they would cause a hazard. So my argument would be if cars can get out there and cause hazards to hard barriers, maybe the speed limit is too fast. But anyway, we were going to be liaising with council staff there. Recently, grasses have been planted along our cycle trail. I would suggest that when you try and do a job cheap, it looks cheap, and it is cheap. It does not look, these $1.50 grasses that are parked, the path now is about 4 metres wide. It looks like a road, and a number of vehicles have been photographed driving along said cycle path. So we now need hard barriers or something at the ends of the cycle trail to prevent vehicles going in there. So I think that's a work in progress, and I would just advocate that staff are supported or are informed that to consult with locals and bits and pieces on that. And whatever it needs to be, whatever is done needs to be resourced to be maintained. We, as I say, we also move on to the Duntroon domain. We've had a number of just, I suppose, issues on the level of service provided at the domain, mainly around mowing frequency. It's not often enough. We're currently classed as a level 2 of service. And we would advocate that we would move to that we should be at least at a level 3 with mowing service at the domain. It's not only, I know it's classified as a campground and that is standard for a campground, but we also have kids cricket and soccer there during the summer and the winter. It's mainly an issue during the spring, certainly pre-Christmas, with mowing and what have you. So certainly acknowledge that we have had good liaison with council staff, and South Roads have sorted a number of issues for us pre-Christmas, but we'll just advocate going forward that maybe we raise that level of service. Following on from what Cal just said before, there are also local groups that are interested in maybe performing some of these services around the traps, but then throwing a 27-page health and safety and technical performance document at a community group or a local farmer or entrepreneur who wants to do said service isn't exactly, most people glaze over at that sort of stuff. And I would advocate, provided the person has all their fingers and toes, they're probably operating fairly safely for the last few decades. So anyway, I would just add that we were going to submit on the long-term plan, but obviously, and that the Duntroon group may look to, would like to do this mowing, but with just that having been changed around, that's sort of been lost in the woods a wee bit. And I believe the tenders were just relet 6 months ago as well. So maybe we'll revisit that, but I'd certainly ask for a support in raising the level of service. At the Duntroon domain, we, in the previous LTPs, there was a line item for the 200,000, I believe, for a new toilet at the Duntroon domain. This doesn't appear in the current plan and may have been dropped off with the new toilets being put up on the main street. However, I'd advocate that these still need to be in there. As you'll see, bed nights at the domain. Obviously, post-COVID, we were 2,100 bed nights, roughly 3,000 last year, and this year we're currently up to 4,000. And when I say bed nights, it's obviously campers, but that's, and so therefore usage is dramatically increasing. Also with the sport during the respective seasons. The toilets are of brick construction, so old, cold, and would only be described as rustic. The good old urinal in the gents, like most old toilets, no matter how hard you clean them, it still has a distinctive smell about them. So anyway, I just advocate that they're at their life, that they're past the end of their use by date, and we would strongly encourage council to keep this project on the to-do list. Another issue, the Duntroon domain, is just, I guess, as what we're finding is, as tourists are returning, we've now got classification as geopark. We've got more and more people travelling in our districts. A lot of our facilities in these smaller areas are really struggling to keep up and are showing signs of wear and tear. And unfortunately, with costs escalating, it's an unfortunate time to be trying doing things. But it's just something I think that we need to bite the bullet and carry on. So we're working with council staff on the entrance, or trying to anyway. One thing about staff and the recreation staff, I'm not sure, haven't heard from our representative for quite some time, and I'm not sure how many other well-meaning community groups he also has to fend off and keep happy at the same time, but they seem very, very well stretched, possibly, or that's their description. I'm not sure. Yeah, so we just need probably better support from there. Geopark funding, I'm aware that there's a line item, and we had a presentation last night at a meeting. There's a line item in the annual plan for funding. I think that's the total project cost of a geopark discovery hub. Hopefully this isn't all council funding. But we would support the continued council support of the geopark. And I guess when we entered into that process, there was an ongoing expectation that there would need to be expenses. And so we need to continue to do that right. We should also advocate that the vanished world and places like that where this whole thing started are not forgotten, and are maintained as well. And everything's not centralised back to Oamaru. We're aware of plans for a complete redevelopment of the Vanished World Centre and would submit the council should be supportive of this in any way possible. And there's just some drainage issues. Obviously, the side streets in Duntroon are not curbed or channelled. The chairman of the Blacksmith Trust sent a SnapSend solve to the council, and the council staff advised that that was not a SnapSend solve issue. It was more a submit at a plan issue. So on that particular corner at the Blacksmith, continually when there's a rain event, when we occasionally get them, it puts all the water into the Blacksmith, which is kind of defeats the purpose of having done it up a number of years ago. I guess in summary, we fully understand the cost pressures facing council and the future workloads. We're all ratepayers ourselves. We understand the irony of standing in front of you submitting for increased levels of service at the same time as you are trying to minimise costs. We acknowledge the support that council and staff have given our community over the last few years especially, and the feedback or the input that we've been able to have to those decisions. It's just saying we're increasingly busy, and I guess in support of, we'd just like the council staff to continue to support us and may sometimes let us get on and do things.
Thanks very much, Jeff. Right. Just a wee bit of feedback. The reserves contract was let again, but there are some riders in there about renegotiating along the way, and I'm not sure whether what you're proposing is something that might have been envisaged, but something to talk to staff a bit more about whether around that mowing of the domain particular issue. Councillors, any questions or comments? Councillor Cowles and Councillor Hopkins.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks for a really detailed submission. A lot of the things that you're facing here and being aware through the board, it's I guess award-wide issues for some of these things, and we're hearing today quite a desire for our small communities to be able to deliver some of these things locally as well. So I congratulate you on those proposals. The speed limits, I think, is something that we need to keep a focus on right throughout our ward. We've got similar issues in Otamatata, and there's other issues around not necessarily speed limits, but traffic management in Omarama. So you're not alone in where you're sitting here. Thanks for bringing them back to the forefront. And yeah, let's hope we can work through some of these things to keep improving. Thanks.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, question probably for Paul for Monday. Since the submitted from the Nichols Blacksmith Trust was told this was an annual plan matter, not a SnapSend solve, I'm just wondering if again this drainage solution on Orr Street could be dealt with through the ward services rate, because the building I suspect is listed. I'm not sure, not 100% certain, but it would seem to me that if we've listed it in the district plan, we might have some moral responsibility, if nothing else, to actually protect it from unnecessary diminution of its quality. Jeff, the Duntroon toilet puzzled me a wee bit though. It seems to me that this, you get money from the domain, you manage it, you run it, you've got 4,000 people staying there. Clearly they are going to be the principal beneficiaries of a better toilet, and clearly a new modern toilet could include some chargeable or revenue generating facilities. What, if any, contribution is your association proposing to make to the refurbishment of the toilets in the domain?
Certainly towards the toilets, that is nothing we've discussed. But we do, with the management of the domain, the entire takings are not ours. A third is paid because we have a camp manager. A third of the income goes to the camp manager, and then the remainder is we have some costs, and then council and DDDA share those things. So we have we look after the building, we improve the building and the facilities. I'm not sure where the toilets would fit under the ownership agreement or the lease agreement on that.
Thank you.
But it is a review. The charges have not gone up for a number of years, and I guess that is, as facilities improve and cost of increases, that's something that can be reviewed if that kind of upgrading is done.
The just that drainage you're talking about with the curb and channel, essentially, that would be normally out of the amenity rate, and the last figures we got was from last June. There was 17,000 sitting in that fund. So if there hasn't been any work done that's utilised any of that money, then there's probably enough to do some of that work, and we'd be guided by the community board on whether they saw that as the priority for Duntree. So yeah, talk to Cal. And while Cal was still in the room, I looked at the wrong figures before. So this is a wee bit outdated, but Kura had 110,000 in the amenity rate, so that would go and work in a good way towards those footpaths. Right, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, first of all, congratulations for the work that you and your committee do. I often tend to think of Duntroon as the poster child of what localism can achieve. Yeah. And I do commend you and thank you for that. And as council's rep on the Regional Transport Forum, I will endeavour to raise again next month with Waka Katohi the speed limit up the valley in total.
Yeah, just on that, because the government was looking at highways next to schools and slowing down speeds there, but that hasn't happened, obviously.
No.
Yeah, right. Councillor Blackler.
What's that?
Councillor Blackler.
Thanks for the submission, Jeff, and just echo Councillor Thompson's sentiments. You guys do a great job for your community. I just had a question regarding the comments around the challenges around health and safety if, smaller entities want to take part in activities. Do you have any kind of practical suggestions as to how you could still achieve compliance, but it be delivered in a way that's achievable for people that are less resourced in that space?
Yeah, it's interesting as to, I suppose, everything goes well until there's an accident, and I understand that. I guess I just look at like at our recent saga with the public toilets and bits and pieces. There was in the cost of the public toilets, there was a $35,000 cost put against the old building that was on the site. Well, a local farmer and 2 tractors and a couple of helpers got rid of that on a Sunday afternoon for a couple of $100. So, and I know this is digressing, but I look at the Kakanui Bridge and think, how does it cost $750,000 to demolish an old wooden bridge that with a couple of 20-ton diggers and a couple of packets of matches you could probably get done in a day or two. So may breach the resource consent, but I just look at how difficult we've made things for ourselves, and I don't know how you get around that. I look at the tree trimming happening out on the main street today, and there's 3 traffic management people standing around with their hands in their pockets and hard hats on, watching the 2 people trim the trees, and you just got to shake your head.
It could be died bombed by angry neck.
Yeah. Any other, Councillor McCone?
I wasn't going to, because it's already been said, but again, thank you two for those submissions. It's not localism, it's community involvement, and it's very important, and I think it leads the way, and that's the way we've got to go to make things acceptable to exactly what you're saying about the amount of people that are standing around watching things rather than getting things done.
Brent.
Just a quick question, Jeff, as the organisation, do you guys have your own health and safety management plan for things that you're doing around plantings and stuff?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
You do.
Yeah, and council has those, and we've got one for the toilet cleaning contract and the domain and bits and pieces.
Okay. It'll just be a question that I wouldn't mind a little bit more information on if we could. I'm not sure who to ask for that, but how does that work within our health and safety guidelines here? And is there a limit, a dollar limit, or something that signifies a higher level for health and safety? I know that we've got a number of organisations up and down the valley that are doing some of these things, such as the wetlands for you guys, the wetlands in Oda Matata, who are covered by health and safety agreements. Does that mean if these guys contract people under their agreement, they're covered? I'm just some of those questions some clarification would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, so again, I think that'd actually be a worthwhile topic to flow through the performance audit and risk committee, because it is both a risk management and health and safety issue. So we can bring back some information on what the procedures are. No, it's generally not a dollar value. It's looking at what is the risk of the work that's being undertaken, because a lot of the times it really bears no resemblance to the dollar value. And then something like dropping a tree in a road reserve might not cost that much money, but it is a very high risk activity. So it's like, no, we look at the risk of the activity, not the dollar value.
Thank you. Well, thanks, Jeff. Much appreciated. And the work that your organisation does is fantastic. It is like listen and community involvement and all wrapped into one. Keep up the good work, and see how we can address some of the issues you've raised.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Councillors, next we've got the next submission is Franz Schlack's submission, and he's not going to be speaking to that, so we'll go straight to that one straight after the DDDA one we've just had. So just ask for any further comments. There's been one or two wee comments on some of the stuff he's put forward. Happy to hear from on anything else. Let's go with you, Jim.
I just wanted us to formally resolve to consider the question of the lobbyist in Wellington. It has come as a suggestion from a submitter. It does dovetail with our look at how we might engage successfully and effectively on our own behalf and in conjunction with others.
Yeah.
So I really just want us to commit to saying yay or nay to doing that.
Yeah. And as I said, next Monday will be that discussion, and we can make a resolution should we choose to go ahead with that. Probably want some indication of funding requirement. Yeah, which may not. I mean, next Monday may be just that we request a report if staff don't have the required information at that stage. Right. Anything else? Anything else like Thompson?
Just an irony in the statement that council needs to conduct an internal economic review with an independent consultant to identify our wasteful spending. Well, other people are telling us that employing independent consultants is wasteful spending.
Can I suggest that we ask our communications team to actually come up with some alternative words to actually replace the word consultant, which is the most accursed and weighted actual noun in the local government language. Technical advisors, professional assistants, planning guidance, planning advisors. Everyone thinks a consultant is some flash Harry who talks in generalities about highfalutin concepts that never come to anything. So I really would like us to start using some other terminology to describe some of that activity.
Okay, that took up a moment. That's good. Right. We'll go back to the non-verbal. So looking at now question 6, revenue options, which is on page 96 and convene. Just get to there. And again, just ask Mandy if you want to make any comments on this. That's all right. Yeah. 74 on the page number. Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably not a lot of content about that.
Mandy.
Sorry, yeah, no, there's probably not a lot of comment to make to that specifically. As said before, though, a number of these, we had to take a default position. This was another question where we did have a requirement on that response. So we did have to take that default position for don't knows where people had emailed. So as that's pointed out there, do consider that and that pie chart.
Yeah, there was yeah, some interesting answers and so on. Definitely some people would want more information before saying yes, sell that or commercialize, you know, whatever opportunity that might be there. And I'm sure the types of partnerships and so on would be material as well. Any comments from anyone? Councillor Hopkins, okay.
Yeah, look, I was surprised. If you'd asked me to predict what would have been the response in advance, I would have probably said the percentages would have been effectively reversed from what they are. So I was personally surprised to see that we've got a reasonably clear signal, perhaps from a section of the community we haven't heard from previously, supporting us looking at opportunities for commercialisation and selling some land or property, and also investigating selling part of CCOs and also partnerships. And in my view, and long-term investments, in my view, this is a clear green light to produce a coherent, detailed, tabulated set of proposals for the long-term plan next year. I really think effectively the community has given us permission to go back to it with a proposal that includes that covers the request for more information and more specificity in some of the submissions today.
Yep, I think there's general agreement there. It's still only a minority view overall, but you know, I think that's the thing. It's just it's encouraging enough to say, well, let's expand on it and ask some more questions.
Gary, the same applies to the additional spending on roading and the cost sharing across the district for water services. In each case, the support is less than the don't knows, and the don't knows are therefore a ticking time bomb politically in terms of their position, potentially. But in each case, the majority of those who have taken the trouble to submit have backed what I thought were more likely to be less popular and more contentious proposals.
Mm-hmm. Right, any other comments? Okay, we'll go to question 7, and then probably be wrapping up about 12:30 for lunch, and then back this afternoon after that. Right, so question 7, other ideas or comments, and Mandy, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mikucha. Yeah, as you can see, there were a number of key themes that came through with a, you know, obviously affordability is one of the key comments that we picked up through the feedback we received. But again, you know, a variety of feedback there. But second to the volume there, the highest common theme that came out was the comment from the Marama Adventure Playground not supporting that, with 17 against that one. So there was some, again, the feedback has been really great to help us look at what we do for this 24-25 annual plan, and yeah, leave it there.
The message I take from that is that 29%, 29 of those submitters who responded identified affordability and cost and the need to reduce expenditure as so that continues to be the elephant in the room from the point of view of the community at large, I suspect.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Blackland?
I think the nice part about this bit was that some people use this as an opportunity to kind of contextualise the decisions they made and around the questions, you know, ABC earlier in the document. Yeah, because I guess just an overarching generic response is probably sometimes unhelpful in terms of there's context to everything. So it was kind of nice to see those things coming through as well occasionally from some people. Yeah, that was it.
Thank you. Anything else?
Well, we're hearing from Mark and Carolyn Utby that there'll be verbal submissions that are presented after lunch.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, if there's nothing else on this, we'll break now for lunch. We'll be back at 1:15, and we've got verbal submissions from there. So yeah, we'll just continue on with them at that time. So have a bit of a break in the meantime. Right, good afternoon and welcome back to this hearing process for our annual plan. We're going to go straight to page 284 on our agenda. And we've got Mark Smith and Heather Matson for speaking on behalf of Living Wage Waitaki. So I'll hand straight over to you both. You know how the microphone works. All good.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Greetings, councillors, Your Worship the Mayor, and everyone watching. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Our request is that the Waitaki District Council pay the living wage and commit to doing so as a matter of ongoing policy. Last year, it was heartening to hear you also agree with the principles that underpin the living wage. For those of you who were here then, much of what I am about to say will be familiar. However, I have some additional material from a recent Lagoima, so I hope you find that useful. Why a living wage? It would be great for the Waitaki. One, it's the right thing to do. It's about people being paid a decent wage, being able to participate in the community, and about kids growing up healthy. Two, and that's good for everyone. People who don't have much tend to spend what they do get. That tends to benefit them and their family in terms of their health and quality of life, and also the economy as spending goes up. That translates to more spending in our local community. When times are hard, economic stimulus beats austerity. A living wage is extremely practical. It is not very expensive, but it is a great way to deal with a lot of problems at once. It improves the economy, makes smart businesses more profitable, and helps people help themselves. A recent Lagoima response showed that at the time, paying the living wage would have increased council's expenses for the 2023-2024 financial year by only 0.3%, not 3%, 0.3%. The living wage improves the economy and helps people help themselves. It is about helping our community to thrive and make Waitaki the best place to be. Fundamentally, it is the right thing to do. And it's time. It's past time. Things are getting harder. The cost of living has been going up. There's greedflation, supply chain problems, war. The COVID crisis demonstrated whose work is essential, and many of the people doing that work are still paid below the living wage. The minimum wage is inadequate. Arguments against the living wage are flawed. David Card, a recent Nobel Prize winner, proved that a higher minimum wage does not cause job losses, nor is the living wage expensive. To take an example from our own community, a recent Lagoima response projected it would only take $232,000 to ensure that all council employees were paid the living wage in the year ended 30 June 2024. Total budgeted expenditure for staff at council for the same year is $17,730,000. According to council's response, this increase would represent a 0.6% increase on the rates budgeted for the 2023-2024 financial year. Living wages are affordable. And the living wage is not just good for the individuals who get them, but also for the businesses and organisations that pay them. A living wage is good for business, and smart businesses can use it to lead to higher profits. Paying a living wage shows respect to a fellow human being. When paying the minimum wage says, if I could pay you less, I would. Paying the living wage shows real care. If you as a worker don't feel screwed down, but instead feel valued, you provide better service, helping create more customers, increasing sales. Satisfied employees are also less likely to quit. This saves on turnover, hiring, training costs, and the like. It also helps ensure customer relationships are maintained. The living wage fits with wide efforts to boost Waitaki, alongside the likes of capability development and retention of both staff, businesses, and people for the district. It would complement council's transformation effort and plans to develop and better integrate the local economy. In the big picture, enacting such a policy across our district or the whole country would largely solve poverty, not to mention boost the economy and significantly improve the futures of many of our children. It would be a great investment in the future of our country and a boost in our present that would help us face our current problems. And again, it is the right thing to do. To help you address a concern that you have raised in the past, if a ratepayer asks you why the living wage is not different region to region, you can offer them the points below. Firstly, New Zealand has national rates for figures such as the minimum wage, superannuation, base salaries to MPs, base salaries to judicial officers, central bank interest rates. Chains such as what was Countdown and now Woolworths operate nationwide and they pay the living wage. If the living wage or regional living costs criticism has validity, for the living wage, then all other national rates suffer the same defect, and yet New Zealand accepts them. Why a single living wage rate for New Zealand? From our living wage information sheet provided in previous years. While aspirational in its vision, the movement takes a pragmatic approach by funding the calculation of a basic yet decent hourly rate, see our website for details, applicable across the country. In a small country, this makes sense and it's pragmatic for employers who have the certainty of the same rate wherever they operate. A key question to help clarify the issue, and I don't expect a verbal response, but here we go. Would you, elected representatives, tell Waitaki pensioners to give up some of their superannuation just because they live in Waitaki? Put another way, is Waimati better than Waitaki? Waimati District Council committed to paying the living wage, and they are smaller and more regional than Waitaki. Why objecting to a national living wage on the basis of regional differences is unsound. The living wage rate is not set to reflect the cost of living in Auckland, nor on a basis that in places where living costs are less, workers should be paid less. The living wage rate, like the national superannuation, like minimum wage rate, and all national rates of remuneration, is a balance, in this case designed to limit the adverse impacts of poverty nationally. The payment may be more adequate in some places and less adequate in others. The rate aims to ensure recipients are paid enough not only to sustain existence, but have something of a life. That a rate achieving that goal may do so more easily in Waitaki District than Auckland does not mean that it is adequate in Auckland and over-generous here. In this context, regional living cost might superficially sound like common sense, but it is a distraction. It is an excuse, not a reason. Shifting the conversation to where it might be bogged down is a tactic described in a document we supplied you with in a previous submission. I believe the objection was raised in good faith. After all, as a mayor and councillors, you are constantly required to think regionally, locally. But now that we have outlined the above, if this objection persists, then we will be concerned that some elected members might be using this kind of minor issue as an excuse to shift the conversation away from solid arguments in favour of the living wage towards technicalities instead, ultimately as an excuse not to act. Bless you. Failure to act on the living wage would be more than just immoral. It would be a mistake, because the above shows Waitaki would benefit from council adopting the living wage, and New Zealand uses many nationwide economic measurements, and the living wage is no different. Regional differences are not a sound reason to not adopt the living wage. Instead, we can focus on the positives about the living wage. Ultimately, this argument is not about regional differences. It is about doing the right thing. It would boost the local economy, support the health of local families, and it is extremely practical. Adopting it will support council's community outcomes. And as outlined in our submissions and above, the living wage would be good for Waitaki. I'd like to now hand over to Heather.
Mark. Good afternoon, Your Worship, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we are again, still talking about fair pay for some of the Waitaki District Council employees. Here's a question. Does anybody here think it's right to pay women less than men? The law doesn't. Another question, who do you think you're underpaying? Well, if I had to guess, I think that most of the people being paid less than the living wage at Waitaki District Council are women. I'd also guess that there's occupational segregation. That is, the jobs that are seen as women's work are paid less. I wonder how many of your underpaid staff are librarians, accounts staff, desk staff, customer-facing roles that daily come into contact with the ratepayers that voted you in. This attitude to underpaying part-time and casual work, regarding it as less important, is one of the reasons why there's still a gender pay gap. Paying a living wage is a way to help women and everyone else in this district. I'm tired of asking for this from the Waitaki District councillors, and I'm beginning to see this resistance as petty, mean, reactionary, and even misogynistic. Step up, ladies and gentlemen. Fair pay for everyone, and thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Right, councillors, questions? Comments? Let's go with you, councillor Hopkins, just for.
Well, I have a question either for Amanda or for Paul. Obviously, I'm not asking you to give us this answer today, but I would be curious to know how many people that the council employs are employed on either a minimum wage or a wage between the minimum wage and living wage. So I rather suspect the number would be relatively small, but I'd be curious to know. And I'm also perhaps a question to Heather and Mark. Maybe we are misogynistic, but do you think it is that you're entitled to ask us to ask other people to pay for our virtue signalling or refusal to be reactionary? Because it's not as though this money is coming from us as employers. It's coming from another group of people, many of whom are saying that affordability and cost saving are the critical issues for them. And those people might say an additional $232,000 is going to have a really adverse impact on us. So is it ethical of you to ask us to compel other people to pay for an improvement that we will get the benefit from, but which they will fund?
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. Jim, you know what we do here, right?
What?
We're a local government. That's what we do every day. I'll add more to that. Purpose of local government, the purpose of local government is A, to enable democratic local decision-making by, or action by, on behalf of communities. B, to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and for the future. For that to have any effect, I argue they have a duty to make inquiries, they being council, the answers to which may help them fulfill or check that they are fulfilling their statutory duty. How else, without asking, can they fulfill their statutory purpose properly? They fix their tender conditions. This is the way to do it. However, council could write to all regular contractors and say, Section 10(1)(b) of the Local Government Act 2002 prescribes the council's statutory purposes. They include promoting the economic well-being of our community. We pay our own council members at least the living wage and want to ensure those working for us indirectly, but on a regular and ongoing basis, enjoy the same minimum rates of remuneration. Please advise how many of your staff work and so on. You get the idea. We can go on about this at length, but the other thing is that's an argument for raising superannuation. What you just said out loud, like a lot of things, I don't actually hold local government individually responsible. I know there's been a lot of talk about the burden put on local government by national government, by central government. And I think as councils, you have done good work pushing back on some of that. But this is an example where you could do that. This isn't a case where we expect you to bear the burden alone. This is a case as it was with the nuclear-free legislation and our nuclear-free stance that our country takes such pride in. If every council around the country takes a stand, it doesn't mean, I mean, who cares if we say we're anti-nuclear, we're nuclear-free. We don't have any nuclear reactors. There weren't any American warships docking here. It'd be quite impressive if we could fit them in Oamaru Harbour again, but that's never been a thing. But the idea that it makes sense to not do something just because of a spurious, and I don't think bad faith, but it comes pretty close, Jim, which you're bright enough to see the logical fallacies in what you've proposed. Yeah, I don't think the argument holds up. And I did refer earlier to the kind of pushback based on things which are baseless.
Well, sorry if I may.
Before we continue, does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, councillor Blackford does.
Oh, look, it was for the team as opposed to you guys. Thank you for your submission today. I think at the very least you put forward a case that deserves proper consideration. So I was just wondering if, for deliberations, we might be able to see a line item of what the cost might be to to deliver that for this coming financial year, along the same lines as what Jim's requested.
Yeah, I can provide more detail for the figures that he's provided today, more of the breakdown and everything. I think the main aspect that hasn't been spoken about is the relativity. So the figures that he provided to increase this, there's a small number of people that aren't paid living wage currently, to increase them, and then you need to increase the other staff above as well. So that's sort of.
Would you like me to address that one?
Sorry, Mark, just supplementary. Would it be achievable to quantify that, or at least estimate the potential flow on impact of that alongside the line item to meet
yeah, that's something we haven't done much work on, but we can try and estimate a high level sort of range, give you an idea.
Thank you.
Do you want to address that, Mark?
I just want to ask.
Mark.
I'm sorry.
Offered to address that. So if you've got some.
Because for anyone watching, I am also an employee of council. So if I sound like I'm talking about we, then there's a bit of, as an employee of council, I am not hung up on the idea of I don't need other people to be beneath me. Now I can't speak for everybody else, but the idea of the relativity argument, it's one I find doesn't wash, but I realize that not everyone will feel that way. It's really comes down to your fundamental beliefs. So you got anything you wanted to add to that?
Just because somebody gets paid the living wage doesn't mean that I, who already get that and a bit more, am entitled to a bit more,
I wouldn't get hung up, but I just want everyone to be fed. I don't need to take bread from other people.
I think it is a fair comment that's been made back to you, because there are people who do care and they believe they're doing more important work or more work or whatever it might be, and they deserve more pay, regardless of whether it's this to this or whether it's even higher. And so that's a challenge that staff have to, management has to deal with when they go through pay rounds and sizing of jobs and all of all the corporate operational stuff. Councillor Thompson.
I'd just like to formally declare I am not misogynistic, as evidenced by the fact that I adhered to my colleagues' instruction that we would wear green today.
What? Yeah, we've got a little green corner going over here, but
thank you, Councillor Thompson.
I think just in slight defence of the thinking, it's one of our concerns is we're taking money off superannuitants and so forth who are predominantly female, and to pay others more, and it's always in the back of our minds is that. So in defence of accusations for misogynist, is actually probably the other way. We're more concerned about those who happen to be more numbers are more female than male. They're limited incomes that they've got, but regardless of anyone, that's the challenge. But take on board what you've said, absolutely. Support Councillor Blackler's call for more information, and we'll be doing deliberations next week and decide where we go to on this one. Councillors, do you have any other comments here? Councillor Holding?
Just a quick question, Paul. What time of year do we do an internal review of remuneration?
So that's usually in July into early August. So it takes effect from the 1st of July, but we do it after the effective date. And that's also the date that applies to the collective agreement.
Thank you. Right. Well, thank you both very much. Good to see you both again.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Right, councillors, we've got the next submission follows on from that, and it's Carolyn Lewis on behalf of the Oamaru and Waitaki Visitor Information Centre, operated by Whitestone Civic Trust. So welcome, Carolyn.
Kia ora tātou. I don't want to go over everything that I've put in the submission, because I actually would rather spend this time answering any questions you might have to try and clarify a few things if you have any issues around that. Just in summary, though, that Oamaru and Waitaki Visitor Information Centre at 12 Harbour Street continues to provide services to visitors and also to locals, promoting the many and varied activities and attractions they can enjoy during their stay in our town and district. The centre is open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. 7 days a week throughout the year, apart from 3 days. As part of the submission, I put an attachment in from last year's submission, which very much went into why physical visitor information centres are still a very valid thing. Those reasons haven't changed. We still remain the #1 information source for people actually arriving at Oamaru, and the most common question we hear is, what is there to do? So do not take it as read that everyone's getting their information online. 22,800 visitors came into the information centre in the 222 calendar year. That was increased last year by 31% to 29,820. The trends so far for this year are showing that that increase of around 30% is continuing into this calendar year. And if that trend does continue, we're looking at about 40,000 people coming into the information centre in 2024. The issue we have is one relating to what happened last year with the funding for the information centre. It was cut 33%, ironically the same amount, the number of visitors have gone up. At the time, I did make the comment that we would make it work because we had to make it work, but it was not sustainable long term. At the moment, last time round, there was a comment from councillors about $7 per person coming in, and that was way too expensive. I still don't agree that that is the best way to measure the effectiveness or the efficacy of the service, but at the same time, I can say that we're actually now down to about $3.30 per person. That will continue even if the funding goes up to 150,000, which is what we're actually asking for in this annual year. So my submission is that the funding for the current Oamaru and Waitaki Visitor Information Centre at 12 Harbour Street be confirmed at 150,000 in the annual plan, which takes it back to the funding that we actually originally locked in 2021. So I'm going to leave it there and just ask, is there any questions? I'd rather just clarify if there's any issues come up that you want to.
Sure, thank you. Councillor Holding.
Thanks for your presentation. Not any issues, but I would just be curious, what sort of information do you record? What sort of information they're after? Do you theme it to know what people? Yeah, I couldn't see it in there, but
we basically record every person that comes in and is spoken to. The most common information asked for is, as I said, what do we do in Oamaru? You'd be amazed the amount of people who arrive in town who actually don't know that. So we're usually going through the options, the heritage, because we are actually in the heritage area. I think that's the one thing, when by the time they've got the information centre, they're pretty much blown away by that. Penguins is another big one. Geopark, though we actually do promote the Geopark and do our best to try and promote that with the visitors, and we remain the only information centre for the Geopark at the moment, is still very much down people's awareness. It's not a big thing yet. A2O during the summer months, also just generally cycling and walking where people can go. The main thing is being able to tell people what's open when. It is a bit of a mishmash throughout Oamaru in the different months of the year, so who's open and what times and where they can go to. We get questions from every side of the spectrum about stuff. We, in some ways, end up being almost a little bit of a citizens advice bureau. We do send people through that stuff as well, but we get questions for council, we get questions for Totara Estate, we get questions for the trust, we get questions for pretty much every different attraction provider around the district.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Thompson.
Karen, thank you very much. It is good to see people going to the centre, and I mean, we were doing tours at the weekend, and people on that Pukekohe travel experience went into Whitestone City as part of their experience, and not to get information but to be entertained. The question I have and it's two parts. You're asking us to pay more, but you haven't moved, or the city, Whitestone City hasn't moved from a charging regime that simply says to people, pay what you think is fair. And you quote that on page 292 of our submissions today. A front of house for Whitestone City, which operates on a pay what you think is fair per person basis. And the other question, and it seems to me, is it fair of us to say to you, can you either tell us when you're going to review that, or why you haven't reviewed that, or what you might propose as an alternative as part of the package of asking us to give more money? And the other question is, you talk about on page 291, promoting the Oamaru Blue Penguin Colony, talk about the promotion you do for the Geopark. On page 289, bullet point at the bottom, a visitor information centre also supports local businesses and tourism operators within a region. Many local businesses and tourism operators are reliant on the services of the visitor information centre. So my question is, how much money do you get from them? I mean, they're the people receiving the direct and immediate benefit rather than a superannuitant chain rates to us. So what are those businesses providing by way of a payment for the service you provide for them as a promotional agent?
I'll go backwards on that one, answer the second one first. The businesses don't. Basically, the businesses never did, even when Tourism Waitaki was running the information centre, the eyesight. Only if they were actually doing ticket booking, which we don't do. Going back to the first question, we're talking here about the Visitor Information Centre, which is a service delivery contract. That is not Whitestone City. Now, the other question, even though I'm going to say that, I will address what you're saying about the pay what you think is fair. I worked in Whitestone City when it was a commercial venture. It's been 3 years now, nearly 4 years since we reopened, where we've been doing it. I would guarantee you that the moment that you started charging a certain amount per person, only probably about a third of the people would even go through. We haven't got the big train out the front sparking fire and steam and everything else to make people go through. To be quite honest, if you say heritage or museum, a lot of people just aren't going to walk in the door. The way we do it is because people don't know what's in there until they've actually been through there. And it took a long time in that first year when we first opened to work out what the best way was to get a return. But again, I'll say the information centre is a service contract funding. That's a separate issue.
Thank you very much. We are running behind, so I'm going to go to Councillor Thompson next.
No.
That's all right? Yeah, no, that's fine. Just very quickly, how much, like, I know it's not associated with the contract, but roughly how much is coming through the payments to the Whitestone City?
About $65,000 to $70,000.
Right. And I'll ask Thompson, how much are we getting through our museum or our gallery?
Because that's actually done as pay what you think is fair, there's also no GST charged on that. So that's a clear contribution that goes through. If you want me to show you the graph of the difference between the number of people going through the information centre and going through the museum and Forester Gallery, I have it here. It's quite a difference. Ours is substantially higher. By saying that, I'm not saying the museum and Forester Gallery shouldn't get what they get. What I'm saying is it's a very small percentage for a service which is reaching a lot of people and making a difference.
Yeah. Well, I guess the point I'm making is your model actually seems to work better compared to how it used to be. We'll quickly go to Councillor Blackler.
Oh, thank you. Just to clarify that the graphs that you've shared with us are on the visitors to 12 Harbour Street. Does that is that number correlated with people who have also gone through Whitestone City, or
about half the people who come into the information centre, as well as the information centre, will go through.
Okay, but would you anticipate with the increased projections for growth that would translate to, of the 33% increase, roughly half of them would likely?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Having said that, we've also gone through a phase where people have been very glad to be out travelling again and moving around. And any business in town is going to tell you that people's belts have tightened up in the last year.
So with the donation, have the donations been increasing over time as well on a per head rate, or remaining steady?
They have been gradually increasing, remaining reasonably steady though.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Carol, and thanks for the work that you do. Yeah, it's a difficult one to know how much we're actually benefiting in our economy from what you do, but it's good to get some of those numbers coming through. So,
it would cost a lot more if you wanted us to do studies on that.
Thank you very much. Right, next we've got Derek Neve, who's joined us online. So welcome, Derek. Apologies for delaying you, but thank you very much for joining us. We've just moved to your submission, which is the next one in the queue. So just hand over to you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, good as go.
Good, okay. Good afternoon. I'm a mooring owner in Oamaru Harbour with the remnants of a cold, so I apologise for a croaky voice. I'm also a retired lawyer, so I have a background which gives me some competence to make the following comments. My submission on the mooring fees raises two issues. Today, I'm not going to talk much about the issue of audit cost recovery. All I'll say is that if there's any chance of the council seeking to recover audit costs from mooring owners this year, in addition to the published fee, as has been suggested to me by council representative, now is the time for that to be clarified, and I assume in the annual plan. What I am going to say more about are the legal issues arising from the council's current mooring fee regime. In 2014, the council applied and received for a consent for the 41 moorings in Oamaru Harbour, and it stated its intent of sublicensing them to mooring owners. The normal position is for mooring owners to hold their own consents, so this is an unusual arrangement, and it presents two sets of legal issues. The first issue is whether sublicensing a resource consent for a fee is possible. When I first got involved with all this and looked at the Resource Management Act, I could see arguments going both ways. I don't claim any special expertise in interpreting that act, so I referred the question to the Ministry for the Environment over 2 months ago. They still haven't answered the question, but they have said they're looking for technical papers to help me, from which I infer that I may well be right to think that there are legal arguments going both ways. In any event, in my submission, I've explained how the council has vacillated somewhat about the legal justification for its mooring fee, but has now reverted to its original sublicensing position. To be frank, as I've said, I don't know whether that position is sustainable, but I have presented one very simple argument against it. The argument is that since a resource consent is not a license, it can't be sublicensed. However, for reasons that I'll come to next, I don't know whether it's worth pursuing this first issue, since it may be made irrelevant by the second one, which I'll come to now. That second legal issue is the liability risk. In my opinion, and that of the two senior council representatives with whom I've discussed this, the liability risk arises because the council has established and managed the mooring regime in the harbour in reliance on its resource consent, but has failed to ensure that moorings are properly maintained, as evidenced by the multiple boats that have come off those moorings in the last 12 months. That had obvious potential for serious damage. The liability for the risk for the council is, I think, pretty obvious. So there's a serious question for the council to ask itself. Given the risks, and I suppose the uncertainty as to whether or not it's a justifiable structure, does the council even want to continue with its sublicensing structure? If it decides that it doesn't, the best option would, in my opinion, would be to abandon the current arrangement and work with mooring owners and Otago Regional Council to try to transfer the relevant interests in the council's resource consent permanently to mooring owners. I don't know whether that would be possible, but Section 135 of the Resource Management Act appears to provide a possible route for that to happen. I hope that if the council wants to escape from its current liability risk, it would work with mooring owners to reduce the costs we incur if and when the consent position is restructured. I don't have any authority to speak for other mooring owners, but would be happy to discuss these issues in more detail at any time with the council. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Derek. We've certainly asked for more information on the legal status of this. We do invest a heck of a lot in the harbour and making sure that it is a safe harbour. But as far as just the detail that you've gone into here, it certainly raises some questions that we need to get the answers to. So we'll seek those. Councillors, do you have any questions or comments yourself? Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you for your submission. I wonder if the corollary to that first question is if you're asking us to give up some cost recovery on the moorings, will we also give up on maintenance of the sea wall, which is several $100,000 a year to maintain the harbour?
Well, look, we could go into that in more detail. I don't think now's the right time to do it, but I think they're two completely separate issues. The obligations that the council has to maintain that seawall are, I think, quite separate from the issue of maintaining moorings or charging fees for them. I think the position is that the council has an responsibility for that seawall, but it has no jurisdiction over the what I'll call the wet area of the harbour, which I think is why you applied for the resource consent in the first place, because you wanted to get some kind of control and justification for raising fees for those moorings, which absent the resource consent, you wouldn't have.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I wonder, perhaps Paul or Mr. Neve, either or both of you, can you just fill me in a bit more on this reference in your submission, Derek, to potentially substantial costs of an audit of the moorings in Oamaru Harbour? I understand the audit may be conducted during the next year by Otago Regional Council. My agreement with the council contains no provision allowing the council to recover such costs, so it's not clear what legal basis the council has for proposing. That's the
extra information that I think we need to get. We can get some of the detail, but let's get all of it next week and go from there.
Well, I can tell you if you want to know how that message came through to me and what it was. Anticipating a question on that, I printed out the email here and I can read it out to you if you like.
Yeah, I'm just very mindful of time. We kept you waiting. I don't want to keep everyone waiting during the afternoon, Derek. So we will get that information. Don't worry about that. I do have Councillor Blackler with his hand up, so I'll just go to him.
Thank you, Derek. I just wanted, you made a remark about multiple vessels coming off their moorings as a result of poor maintenance. Has that been verified as true, or was that just an assertion as such?
Well, how can a boat come off a mooring if it's not a result of some failure in the mooring? I think it was established that there were maintenance failures in those moorings, but look, you'd have to ask whoever it is in your organisation who's responsible for monitoring the maintenance of moorings that question. But obviously, the boats shouldn't be coming off their moorings. And
I guess my question was, is there a possibility that in some cases it could actually be user error and there's an underlying assumption being made about what caused the outcome?
Well, I don't know. Look, I don't know what you mean by user error. You mean it could have, somebody might just not have fastened their boat properly to their mooring? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, this is coming from someone that doesn't have any expertise in the area as such. I'm just asking a question out of interest.
Well, I'm trying to answer it. I don't have specific knowledge. I can't tell you for sure what happened in those cases, but you know, boats coming off their moorings, I mean, shouldn't happen. It could be user error. They might not have put the rope over the cleat on the boat, for example, or over the Samson post. I don't know, but my understanding is that that wasn't the cause. My understanding is that there were defects in the maintenance of those moorings. But look, I don't have that information in absolute certainty, but boats don't come off their moorings usually unless there's something wrong with the mooring.
No, that's fine. Thanks very much, Derek. We do need to wrap up. So thank you very much for joining us online. Again, sorry for keeping you. And we'll seek more information so that we can make a call on your submission. And what's your process going forward in relation to this submission? What will I hear from the council next? We'll have we've got a deliberations day next week. There's more process that we go through. We'll be seeking information to come to us next week. We may still seek a further report on that if once we understand the situation a bit more. Just because it's a little bit convoluted, this particular one, and essentially when we're setting the fees and charges, whether this is considered part of that or whether this is separate, I don't know. We've just got to work our way through. But usually late May, early June, we make the initial decisions, and then that gets ratified late June. So there's a bit of a process still to go. You will get notified. Are you intending to engage in further consultation before you make your decision, or is this the end of it? We've certainly got a number of submissions already on from mooring owners or friends of mooring owners, it seems. So at the moment, we'll see. It may be that we ask staff to go and consult further or something like that, but I don't want to make any presumptions on the direction from here at the moment. Okay. But thank you very much. Thank you. All right, councillors, we're on to the next one. First timer, Ray Henderson. So Ray, please. If you just take a seat over here, if Jim can tell you how to use the microphone. Thanks for your patience, Ray. Right. The floor is yours. You got 1 minute.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Derek. First of all, I should say that I'm not a one topic focus. I've got lots of things that you'll see in my original submission. I've covered a few angles. I use the shotgun approach of just firing in all directions and hoping something sticks. I've now added little bits to my original submission, which will be my presentation today, and I've actually emailed that to the councillors just before I come here. So if they want to peruse that later and find out what I really said in case they don't understand me, and if they find something good in that and want to discuss with other councillors, that would be fantastic.
I'll send it now.
Do you email it to me?
No, I'll send it.
No, I just emailed the councillors for a start, because the purpose of me emailing it to you would be to get it in the actual booklet.
So, point of order, I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Mayor. If Mr. Henderson, sorry, Ray, if Mr. Henderson is asking us to consider a document he's just circulated today, it is a very late submission. No. And I'm not sure
this is no different to any submitter who turns up with more information that they want to speak to over and above what they've already submitted. He's made a submission. He's allowed to say whatever he wants in that submission time.
Yes, I was just going to speak to that myself because we're always told, don't come along here and read out your submission. Add something, and that's what I've done. I've added stuff to my submission. Okay, Jim.
Sorry, Jim's a bit new as well.
Calm the farm. Calm the farm.
Fantastic report.
Yeah, thanks for that reference this morning. Right, so as I said, I've covered a few things. Right, the first one, question 9, the ideas for savings. I've just added a little bit there. I think in these times, we must trim the cloth, jettison some staff. If the government can do it, then why not here too? Question 10, ideas for partnerships. I think it's possible to have a public-private partnership where appropriate. This could be in the way of an accommodation provider or real estate firm. I'll follow on from that. In the 1970s, I lived above a CBD shop. Thus, it is an existing use. This may assist in bypassing regulations that would apply to a new build. The use of the upper level of CBD for tenancy makes a lot of sense. If the retailer is leasing the property from WDC and subletting is permissible or made possible, then the opportunity for increased charges income for WDC arises. Make it happen. Don't let the staff be bureaucratic with an autocratic leader. Resist the central government trend. Make sure transformation achieves something worthwhile with the exorbitant spend it has entailed. Become inclusive and achieve results by consensus with the public, us, ratepayers and residents, and yourselves. And now this one, although this is probably ORC's area, a town rural bus service could be an arranged partnership with a local service provider. Right, on to question 11, feedback on fees and charges. My ideas I've got here. We could institute a library card charge, maybe a concession card as used by the Waitaki Resource Recovery Centre. Step up the user pays systems, library card holder charges, aquatic centre concession cards I think already exist. For the Forester Gallery, for the Waitaki Museum and Archives, institute a more formal donation process. I encourage a concession card operation, which may be profit gaining if it's not completely used up, because there'll be a charge up front. It reduces administration as one transaction replaces many. I should point out that at this stage, we often talk about, this is departing from my text, we often talk about must-haves and good to have, nice to haves. Now, cultural facilities aren't a nice to have, they are must have. We are social creatures. Our society demands that we have cultural institutions, but they do cost money. So we need to formalise how we can actually get something. Just having the co out the door, which might be $1, isn't sufficient. We've actually got to formalise in the same way as the Whitestone City has people pay on the way out. And for the Opera House, I've looked at a concession card there. You can have a 10 used card for $200. One click is $20 for a $25 show. 2 clicks would mean for a $45 or $50 show. That creates a better cash flow and the dollars come in earlier. This could probably increase patronage, but the income needs to cover the performance fees, which are not concessional. So that would be a problem to be resolved. On the rating levels of service, I'm puzzled that water change and regulation is a must-do for health reasons. So why isn't roading treated the same? Bad roads can take lives. Reduced funding is contradictory and counterproductive. So I don't know why they can want central government keeps cutting the roading subsidies when roading is vital to health. The water services, I would be in favour of residential meter implementation, but with a proviso. As a low user, I would expect my charges to decrease, i.e. below the average household charges. There's no way in the world I've had 5 minutes yet. Keep going. Investigating selling some land or property. Land is property and property can be assets. But I'll say here, land is an asset. Don't squander it. Imagine if we'd sold our courthouse to recover the refurbishment costs. A one-off income, then nothing. No lease charges and no rates from the government. Use our land bank. Be proactive. Lease it to newly established relocated government businesses, agencies that want to escape their current gridlocked environments. The possibility of IRD workshops 3 monthly as we don't have a local office. Rates are not guaranteed as that's dependent on the owner's status, but leasing is for life. With regarding to CCOs, tourism Waitaki, I believe that's already becoming part of the economic development unit anyway, so we are sort of selling that. WDHSL, hospital, that's already happening, hopefully for the good. I have a warning here. Observatory Village has a mission statement to return profit into the community's health services once loans are cleared. Will this still apply if we do not own our hospital or possibly do not have a hospital? So I'd like that to be followed up. Partnerships, okay, question 17, I'll repeat what I had in question 10. Any new town transport must be self-sustaining, not propped up with ratepayer money. This may require bringing a partner on board. And finally, where are my taxes going? If I add the PAYE on my superannuation to the GST included in all my purchases, then the tax on my low-level income exceeds 25%. That's quite a chunk and unrecoverable. I hope it's being spent wisely. And this is outside the scope of the current annual plan, but you must lobby central government. Remove rate exemptions for government departments, schools, hospitals, churches, etc. And my perennial favourite, no GST on rates. A $3,000 rate bill has nearly $400 GST. That's $8 a week, could be the difference between really struggling and just managing. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much, Ray. Just on the retirement village, that will stay as it is, and so it still goes into health benefits. The profits will go into health benefits to help our community. Whether some of them are still the hospital or whether it's elsewhere, that remains to be seen, but it definitely is still there. Your PAYE, etc. Yeah, it's government has taken that. GST on rates, there is a discussion going about how we can make the rating system work, and part of it is getting half the GST back on the rates that are paid. So if there was things like that, that's going to help make things more affordable in the future, but there's a big step between talking about it and that actually happening, as you would probably appreciate. Right, councillors, any questions? No, you're all good. Thank you very much, Ray, and they'll have an opportunity to read through your email a bit more detail afterwards. Yeah. Thank you. Right, where are we up to? We're going to skip through to, is Lindsay here? Yeah. Okay, so Greymont New Zealand Limited. So welcome. Thank you very much for your submission, and you can take it as read, but feel free to cover whatever points you want to and go from there. When you're ready to go, just push the, sorry, page 313 and convene. So anyway, the floor is yours. Push the button on the right hand side. Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Elaine Desfountain, site manager. This is Lindsay O'Brien, operations coordinator. We work for a company called Greymont, which is a limestone operations inland from Palmerston. Lindsay can talk to the submission.
Yep, so we submitted mainly on behalf of a lot of our carriers and truck drivers that come to site that we hear from often about our road. So yeah, we have approximately 1.5k of unsealed road. The road is Limekiln Road, and yeah, it's got a particularly steep portion to it right at the beginning of the gravel, and it becomes impassable after heavy weather, or just corrugations building up, etc. We had a stint where we had probably 4 or 5 trucks getting stuck within a week. And yeah, so we're going out there with our loader and rescuing these stuck trucks because there's not really any other options. Like nobody can get past them once they're stuck. And yeah, that for us is a huge health and safety issue. The road only gets graded occasionally, a couple of times a year, max. And that's, yeah, only really temporarily fixing it. But yeah, it's essential to us that we have no other access. And yeah, it just needs some attention really.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, it's a road of unsealed, it's about 1.6K, and from a cost perspective, that's going to be huge. But I would like the council just to think about maybe, doing it over a 5 or 10-year period, including the cost in your annual budget. Yeah, you can also appreciate that, I have a duty of care to my employees as well. We go out there and, try and help these carriers with gear that's not really meant for towing, or gear that's not meant to be on the road in the first place. So, yeah, other factors too. I'd like the council to think about the actual cost per year you spend maintaining that gravel road compared to, maybe tar sealing a portion a year over a number of years. And yeah, secondly, also would like the council to think about some sort of an agreement, on that road around the product you do use. I think limestone, from a road stabilization point of view, has huge benefits, and I don't think a lot of people really understand that. So I know the council uses South Roads to maintain the road, and the product they do use is really substandard, especially after a heavy rainfall. So yeah, using our product, I'm not trying to sell our product, but yeah, I mean, limestone, when compacted down over months or years, is extremely hard. So that's the part 2 of it. But yeah, our primary role here is to try and get a portion tar sealed a year.
Okay, thank you for that. Our contractor is now Whitestone. They took over from South Roads. I'm not sure whether what their source of gravel and so on is around there, but yeah, as far as it goes, is there, we have done traction seals in the past on hilly roads and so on. Is there a section that we could target potentially and do that bit? That's particularly an issue?
Yes, that first section.
So
Probably
how long would that be?
Yeah,
300-400 meters.
Okay.
Approximately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something perhaps to hand over to our roading subcommittee chairman. He lives in a small place called Dunback. Councillor Thompson, do you have any comments? You might know that area a wee bit.
Yes, I do. And I also am acutely aware of the economic importance of the lime works and its impact in the community. And I'd like to be able to say, yes, we can fix that. But realistically, we come back to the fact that we have 13,000 ratepayers trying to maintain 1,800 kilometres of road. And we are conscious of it. And because you've specifically raised this, we will raise it with our roading department. But we're not miracle workers.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, just one question. Thank you for the submission. Or 2 questions, actually. Are you aware that we do have a policy, which we haven't amended yet, where people who want a section of road sealed, if they agree to pay 50% of the cost, the council will consider doing it. So are you aware of that policy? Question 2, in relation to the problem you've got on the steep section particularly, would compacted limestone do the trick, solve the problem you've got?
To answer your first question is no, I wasn't aware of the detail in the policy around that, but I'll look into that. And the second part, I believe it would, over time, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reason we have that policy is for lower use roads, which this would be one where we won't qualify for subsidy from NZTA. And so, coming up with a similar contribution from the property owner can help us do that work. Did you have something? You're right. No, that's good. Any other questions? Okay. No, thank you very much for taking the time to make a submission and to come and speak to it. It's much appreciated. It is an important business that part of our district, and yeah, hopefully everything's going well as it can be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, councillors, next we've got Richard Binbrooks on behalf of the Oamaru Whitestone Civic Trust, and it's on page 315 in convene. Hello, Richard. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, I want.
Oh, sorry, pop the microphone on just to push the button on the right hand side, the silver button. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry. Thank you. First of all, I want to use this occasion to thank the council and especially the mayor for the continued support we have received for the Whitestone Civic Trust. I'm here to talk on behalf of the trust about our submission that is concentrating on actually getting an economic benefit study done for the trust. This is in relation to your economic development strategy, where you are talking about more connections with trusts, with private people, with community. And I would like to think that we are entering an era where the trust and the council will actually reach the level of cooperative work that was envisaged right at the start when the trust was founded 35 years ago. I think a big part of this would be, and this was suggested here 2 years ago when we came to talk about the annual plan, to conduct a study that will actually show the wider impact the work of the trust and the precinct as such had for the economy of Oamaru and the wider Waitaki District Council.
Okay, simple as that. Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Richard, thank you. I guess my question, not intended to be confrontational, clearly such a study might be expected to actually confer indirectly benefit on the OWCT in the sense that if the results are positive, it may incentivize additional support for the OWCT. And my question really is, how much has OWCT resolved to commit on its own behalf to support the funding of such a comprehensive study?
Look, at this time, and with the continuous strenuous situation we have financially, I can say that the trust would consider it almost frivolous to put money towards a study as long as we do actually need to put money towards renovation and restoration of our buildings. I think the council, as a major heritage building owner, will have a fair idea about the costs that are involved. I think council is looking at renovating the headquarters. So you will have an idea of what costs we have with the buildings we have. And I think with the amount of consultations that council usually gets involved in, this would be a very, very minor contributing factor to the overall costs for things like this.
Yeah, I think the work on this building is the stonework out the front and re-roofing it. So some important maintenance work. So I don't want people, particularly fed farmers, for example, thinking we're just going to do some frivolous total refit of the building.
Well, look, you don't, as long as you don't get a consultant beforehand, I don't think anyone will claim that.
Well, why get one when you can get two? Just stirring there. Right. Do we have any other questions, more importantly? Okay. No, thanks, Richard, and thanks for the ongoing work that you are doing down there.
Thank you.
Right. We don't have Trish here from Waitaki Resource Recovery Trust.
Did you finish your questions?
Yes.
Did you go to the next question?
No. Now we do have her. So Trish, welcome. Being on time. So we're going to have your submission, then we're going to have Fed Farmers brought forward, and Fed Farmers, you're after that one. So, right. Well, Dick, welcome as well. Floor is yours. Just go for it when you're ready. It's on already.
It's on already.
Switch on. Yeah.
Already. Just introduce it. I'm Dick Cottier. I'm a trustee of the Waitaki Resource Trust, and Trish Hurley is the manager. You've seen our submission to read. Basically what we're after at this stage is 30,000, which is a top up for the 2 years of inflationary money. The trust at this stage is going through a cycle of where we're doing a strategic plan, which we're looking at for the next 5 to 10 years. And what we're looking at is other streams of income with a view to localising as much as we can all the recycling in the area. Currently, the markets are pretty fickle, and this is where a lot of our troubles different times lie. You don't know what you're going to get from month to month sometimes. But Trish, have you got anything?
Yeah, due to the increases in minimum wage and holiday leaves and those sorts of things, it has developed a slight difference from our income to our expenditure. We have tried to cut costs where possible, but unfortunately at this stage we're not able to cut any further costs without making changes to our current service that we provide the community. So we are developing more recycling streams as well. We actually do recycle more different products than what a lot of other current towns are doing. We are also creating other partnerships and collaborations with other members of the community and other organisations that have similar attributes to what we have.
Anyone got any questions on this?
Okay. That was short and sweet. Councillors, questions? Councillor Blacklow.
Oh, thank you. Is alongside the request for the slight increase, is there any kind of move to adjust the user pays type stuff, or would you anticipate that might have a negative impact on the overall revenue setting? Do you have a feel for that? And just a question around the total diversion figure of 89% for the year. Would it be fair to say that could be slightly like it's 89% in the context of what's arrived at the facility, but probably not a reflection, like, because someone might take their rubbish through other means and then recycle.
So the 89% is based on all the materials that come to our site. So it's not taking into account what actually goes out to the transfer station. So that is only what we've actually recovered. In answer to your first question, we do believe that it would be quite a negative impact because every time we do increase our prices, we get quite a bit of backlash, and as council does as well, because a lot of people don't realise that we are a trust, and they don't realise that we're a non-profit organisation, and they think because we do get some council funding that we are part of council. So then we get the people complaining that it's part of their rates, and you explain, well, you don't have a waste and recycling component part of your rates, but it does have a negative impact. So ideally, if we do increase our costs, we would only increase our rubbish costs, because we're trying to encourage people to create less rubbish and to recycle more. And that's why we have a lot of products that we can recycle that other towns can't. And it's due to the partnerships and the networking that we do.
So we're held pretty high at the moment on the recycling because it's hand sorted down there. Most of the places are done by machines. A lot of that is going to landfill. Ours, we keep as much as we can out of landfill.
Thank you. There is a waste element to rates, and it's actually what does fund you. But obviously it's only a portion of what your costs are, and that's the message to people, because equally we're having to say, actually, we do, you know, we are using some rates money to help make sure that recycling does happen and so on. So, you know, we're both having the same battle from different ends, unfortunately. Councillor Holding.
Thanks for your submission. I just wonder, is there any sort of strategy to address the transport costs? It seems like it's pretty significant to your operation.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, due to where we are demographically, we have changed some of our operation because of that. So we were sending containers away to Wellington in one consignment rather than in smaller consignments. And we have changed our glass operation so that we're not sending it directly to Auckland ourselves anymore. We've gone through a third party. So they are actually covering the freight costs. So we are trying to adjust to that. But as you would know in business, it's not easy when, you know, freight is a big component of the what you do.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for your presentation. Trish, a question around silage wrap, ag waste. I know that you're currently working in with what Hamish is doing in Invercargill.
Yes.
Are we getting much traction in that through the centre?
We are getting some. It could be better, but that's the same with all our products that we recycle. But we are working closely with Hamish to get that recycled in New Zealand rather than sending that offshore.
What we're also trying to do is get more education out there, which we're working through, to get more education out there to the public about what we can do for them.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. A question for Paul and a question for you guys. Paul, the first question, with regard to this request that the funding go up from 340 to 370 as per the funding request mechanism. My understanding is when you presented the budgets for the year to us, we built that funding mechanism, we'd incorporated that funding mechanism agreement and that the 30,000 had been added. Am I correct in that assumption? So that's question one. Question to you guys, Dick, thank you for actually making the long overdue point that an awful lot of curbside collection allegedly recycled goes to landfill. In my view, it's a national scandal. It hasn't been properly reported. My question then is, given that you are more successful in that regard, what are you going to do to tell more people about the additional products that you are recycling? Because you said to Trish, we recycle more products than a lot of other towns. Now, I would love to see that trumpeted loud and long. So what are you going to do to tell people that you're doing a better job than some of these other very expensive collections?
Yeah, so we're actually going to redevelop our website as well, which has better education on there. So we're actually looking at that at the moment. I do go out into the community and do talks to different organisations as well as schools and things like that. We do hold, we have had times where people have actually come to our site and done site tours, and we explain all of that information in there as well. So all up just with this current calendar year, we've probably educated well over 1,000 people more than what we had reached you know, to the end of last year, and doing new events like with the Repair Cafe, which Jim, you were a part of, which was a great success. So we have actually, we're working closely with the Waste Free Waitaki team, and we are doing a Plastic Free July. We're also doing a second Repair Cafe as well. And it's about education. It's about educating the people on what can be reused and fixed rather than the throwaway society that we are now.
We'll confirm it at the deliberations, but because this is essentially a grant without we inflated contracts where there was a inflation component built into the contract, but as this is a grant and there isn't an inflation component, it would need to be it's basically considered through this process.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? No.
So we'd just like to thank the council for all their support that they give us throughout the year, and look forward to further engagements with them as well.
We'd like to invite the councillors to come along and have a look sometime too, how the operations actually running.
Must be due for another look. That's good. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
And
Thank
appreciate
you.
the work that you are doing. Councillors, we're now going to go to page 324, and we've got Angela Johnston and Otto Doctrine speak to us. I'm not sure if you've got your bodyguards speaking as well, have you? Right.
Yep.
Otto. Floor is yours.
I'll start off. Yeah, I took Fenway's role, so I'm representing Federated Farmers in North Otago now. So in that role, I'll like to speak. Thank you for representing the rural community. Yeah, and voice our concerns about the annual plan, especially on the three waters. That's our main concern. There's a report done in 2020 by WOF, whatever you call them, consultants. They estimated $330 million over the next 10 years for the three waters. That ballooned in the new plan over 700 million. Maybe in anticipation of the three waters legislation, ballooned to that. With most of it after changing the government, it's got to be paid by the ratepayers. You know, on the three waters plan, yeah, the council probably was anticipating the government was going to pay for it, but that's not going to be the case. So yeah, I see it as a bit of a sort of a time bomb under the financial future of the Waitaki district. So you know, we're all suffering under the cost of living crisis, especially the sheep farmers. They had a real, and it's horrible, or whatever way you call it. You know, I mean. So they're really suffering. So the last thing they need is another rate increase. Yeah. It also endanges taking the funding away for other activities, especially for roading. What's very important in the long-term plan is sort of flat by the look of it. What is, yeah, quite a concern for us. In your presentation, you assume a 10% increase in capital values. Well, what's not existent, you know, over the last 10 years, some of them went down. If you look at their static. So, you know, it's harder for us to make it bankable towards the banks. Yeah, I think we all have to live in our means, and I think the same is true for the council. It's an example I had, you know, Takoraki, a pumping station was upgraded for 400,000. I've heard through the grapevine that Omarama cost 5 million for 270,000 or 270 consumers. It's a massive amount. I don't know where it's coming from. You know, I put quite a few pump sets in, and I don't say I wouldn't spend any more than 50,000 on them. But I mean, like I say, it's hard for us to judge where the money is getting paid. In the past, apparently there was an asset committee. What was always assessing the proposed spending and advice about its appropriateness. Apparently there's not there anymore, so it probably wouldn't be bad to look at something like that. Another option, in my point of view, we look at Network Waitaki. I think that's a very well-run community-owned entity. Maybe the three waters could be delivered in a similar sort of way. So there's a bit more prudent spending on that department. But hey, that's just a suggestion. Yes, so yeah, in the sake for our future, from a beautiful district, you know, try to be as prudent as possible. So that's my main concern. Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I don't have any.
No.
I'll wait for questions.
Okay. Well, luckily we've got one or two. I'm not sure if Councillor McCone had his hand up momentarily, but you're so hard to tell. Councillor Hopkins, let's start with you.
Thanks for the submission. We actually had it twice. We had it earlier and then it comes up later on in the document. But so a couple of questions. We support roading being on a targeted rate. The cost of ratepayers is transparent and shown. Would you guys support a roading differential? We know we have one for the moment on forestry companies. the issue of rural roads is a fundamentally important one for you guys. You say the road outside the farm gate's the most important service we deliver. Would you, in exchange for offsets elsewhere, be willing to look at a differential rate where the rural ratepayer and resident paid a higher contribution of the roading rate in order to get better service quality roads? Question two, we oppose farms being rated for the promotion of tourism and other businesses. Are you aware that we don't do that? It's not a capital rating system anymore. It's tourism is now funded on a UAGC charge. So effectively, every individual ratepayer is paying a set amount rather than farms being charged more. And just finally, you said that you are disappointed that the economic development strategy doesn't offer enough by way of initiatives and support for primary industries. I'm just wondering about the new seeds and new planting project that's we've had farmers come and talk to us about, and they're very positive about. And I mean, is that not enough, or were you aware of that? I'm just curious as to what your attitude to that particular project is.
Angela? No, because you wrote those bits.
Certainly with that economic development strategy as it was put out, was it last year or the year before? And Jared Ross and myself certainly highlighted there was next to no view or support of primary industries. So that's where the additional seeding projects and that are certainly welcomed. But then that comment mainly in there was to do with the partnership working, and again, use of rates. It's that economic development strategy was so focused on tourism, which from top of memory was about 3% of the income. Whereas when you look at primary industries as a whole for the district, it's over 45. There's no comparative speed. We just want equity on that.
Okay.
Certainly something would be interested in discussing, but there's.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've still got cameras sitting on the farmers and we're not hearing your questions, councillor. If you could use your.
The other two questions I had were, would you guys support a roading differential, a differential rate for roading, which might impose a higher percentage of the total roading costs on the rural ratepayers in exchange for better roading services and say some rating offsets elsewhere? And the other question was, are you aware that we no longer fund rate farms for tourism? It's done on a UAGC basis.
Yeah, I think the roading might be a good way to look at, because at least more user pay. I don't know how much you get from NZTA. I assume Fonterra pays NZTA charges over the gravel roads for the driver on the council. And I'm aware they're doing quite a bit of damage in some places.
NZTA provides 57%, which is funded through fuel tax at the moment, or road user charges.
And
in the case of
you guys are quite happy with the level?
Well, their money runs out before ours does, unfortunately, and when we have to start.
Because they will collect quite a bit in our area with the amount of roads we got, which are being maintained by the council. NZTA will collect quite a bit of that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then you get places like Timaru which say, oh, we collect so much in road user charges because that's where they're bought. And so there's
but there might be
a challenge about where they're used. I mean, it's not a perfect system, and it is the way it is, but fundamentally NZTA is underfunded. The government has said that they're looking at removing excise tax off petrol. And it'll become road user charges for all vehicles based on weight. So whether that gives them enough money, I mean, something has to change there because they're just not getting enough funding, and roads are costing much more to do the same as what we've been doing, and really we need to be doing more on our roads because they're getting smashed to bits much more. Any support from Fed Farmers to promote more money going into NZTA?
I know, well, there's a reason behind it, I mean, it's not, so, cool.
And the UAGC.
Always want more in UAGC up to that 30%, which you can go for.
Sure.
Councillor McCone.
Yeah, it's more of a comment than might surprise anybody. I've got a rural background and
Sorry, no one else?
I would
Okay.
just like to comment the guys on a very balanced submission and is also supplying some alternatives to how we fix it. So well done, thank you.
Speaking of Councillor McCone, Tagaraki did save a lot of money with the way they did it themselves. I think Amarama was 4 million for that particular project, which is still a major impost on the number of ratepayers, and that's going to be echoed on those other rural schemes as we get onto those. And what was the other aspect? Assets committee. Essentially, stuff goes to council that did go to assets committee, but we are looking at whether there needs to be a higher level of scrutiny just to do something there. So, yeah, got to have that properly, have that discussion for more properly. So, yeah, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose I should declare a conflict of interest and say that I am currently an active farmer. However, I have chosen not to join Federated Farmers, so I feel that I'm impartial. The bottom line is we are cognizant of the stress within the rural community at the present stage. We're also, apart from allowing ourselves on social media to be portrayed as totally incompetent, we are endeavouring to represent your interests. We are meeting with the Chief Executive of Te Mana Atawai this Friday because we are concerned at what has been imposed in the costs of water on us, particularly when so much of the water is drunk by four-legged animals, not two-legged. So we are endeavouring, and in support of the ED department, I've sat in a couple of the meetings. It was a very wide canvas of farmers who wanted to be involved in the seed. Potentially, of course, it was only for those who are in that field. But it is progressing to actual field trials this coming year. And it's also been progressed out that they're not only looking at crop, but they're looking at the way that it can be processed in North Otago. So small steps eventually get you to the top of the ladder.
Okay. Right, well, I think that's all. So thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate you taking the time. I think we'll break now for afternoon tea and would invite you to join us if you'd like to. So, councillors, we'll break for the next just on 15 minutes and we'll be back after that. Right, welcome back to this annual plan hearing, and first up now we've got Stephanie and Nick from East Otago Catchment Group and Nosland. So welcome. Thank you very much for taking the time to make a submission and be here. We're keen to hear from you and probably ask some questions as well. So when you're ready to go, just press the silver button on the right hand side there on the microphone and away you go. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Steph, and this is actually, sorry, Joe, we had a wee change in
short for
submitted.
Nicole, but
Yeah, so I'm from East Otago Catchment Group. I've met quite a few of you before, and Joe is representing Noslam today.
Right.
So we just really, I suppose, wanted to come in and say thank you very much for the support that you've given us over the last financial year, funding us both $10,000. And to ask if we can get the same support for the financial year ahead of us. We've discussed a little bit about maybe some longevity planning moving forward. We were talking about maybe can we have something in place where maybe every 3 years we come to you for funding, just for planning for the future and some of the projects that we work on. It's quite nice to know that at least for the next few years, we have certain funding coming in from different places. Have you got anything you want to add to that, Joe?
No, I guess if you look at our financial statements, you'll see that both of us do quite well out of project funding, but that project funding is always quite short term, only 2 or 3 years, and then it's gone. And your funding is crucial to us because it keeps that sustainable level of operations and admin going. That keeps us going and ensures we don't get volunteer burnout. But what makes it really hard from a planning perspective is when you're having to, for want of a better word, come cap in hand every year to ensure that that keeps rolling over, to give us probably more long-term certainty. A longer term funding arrangement would be ideal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, thank you for the submission. Just an obvious question. If it were a 3-yearly thing rather than annually, how might we deal with a situation where in the second year you suddenly realise, oh, we don't want 10,000 a year, we need 15,000. So that's just one question. The other is, I just have another question. Look, I'll get you to answer that one. I'll rack the brains and think of the other one. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Paul,
didn't take too long to get around that.
I do apologise. Paul, this is a question for you. I thought, look, going back to the budgets that we looked at and approved as part of the draft consultation document, I was pretty sure that there was 10,000 for the 2 Noslam groups, or the East Otago Catchment Group and Noslam included in there. Am I correct in that recollection?
That is correct. But yeah, there is no long-term agreement. It's basically, we put it in from year to year and sort of highlight it, and you decide whether you want to keep it in there or not.
Okay.
So coming back to that, how would you propose that we might, if it were 3 years rather than 1, we'd presumably have to agree a figure at the start of the 3-year term. Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, I think so. Yep. And I mean, at the moment, $10,000, we don't want any more, we don't want any less. And I suppose if that changed, then could we use this process, the annual plan process, to approach you to ask to increase? Yeah.
So fitting within our process, it's next year we do the long-term plan, which looks out normally 10 years, but it'll be a 9-year one. And that's where we can make a decision whether we put it in every year, either CPI adjusted or flat, and then in the in-between years you can make submissions if you felt it should be more or less. That's not saying we will make the decision next year. I don't want to preempt what happens then, but that's how the process works from our end. This one is really just the year ahead at the moment, but we can certainly signal it as part of the LTP discussion.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Blacklow?
I think just an acknowledgement of the work you guys do around the district. It's awesome to see, you know, the fruits of your success right around the traps as you drive around. So, both in a, you know, physical planting sense, but also the educational space that you're operating in. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah,
Okay.
just echo those thoughts. Thanks very much for all
Okay.
the work you're doing. We certainly hold Northland and East Otago Catchment Group up as good examples of how, you know, farmer-led environmental activities is a really positive thing. So, yeah, keep up the good work. Oh, with a late one from Councillor Thompson.
My apologies. Just a question on behalf of Councillor McCone and myself, who just both happen to have some connection with rural North Otago.
Carry on, Councillor Thompson.
Do either of the organisations seek or receive any funding from ORC?
Yeah, we do. So, but we go through, so the ORC fund the Otago Catchment Community Organisation, and through them we can apply for funding, which is probably, it's a good process, isn't it? And we can apply for project funding and coordination funding. So for example, my role with East Otago Catchment Group is also partially funded through the Otago Catchment Community, which is funded by ORC. Yeah.
Yeah, we're the same. So we can get what they call direct group funding as well as project funding, and everyone's encouraged to apply for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Didn't want to let them off the hook. Yeah.
We won't talk too much about DCC. Well, it's hopefully they look at it positively for East Otago Catchment. Okay, thank you very much. Right, councillors, we've got with the time because it's going to be Fed Farmers now. So if we can go to page 306, and we've got the Business South submission. And we'll just run through that one because they can't, Mike Collins from there can't appear today. So just see if there's any comments or anything that people want to have noted or maybe have questions which we can pass on. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I did have one. It's a relatively minor question in the sense that I mean the figures on page showing 58, that's 288 about agenda. There are, here's how I remember responding when I said, well, we think for executive council. A, engage with the businesses on decision making, B, supports and or enable businesses, and C, understands businesses and the impact. And the assessment in each case is actually better than I thought it would be, because if you go right of average, well, that's about 80% and 77% if we are either average, sorry, I put it the wrong way around. Okay. So very good.
Just put your microphone on, and
I'm retreating in absolute disarray. I didn't sound badly, not well. Oops, that is not good. So clearly, I was going to say I was surprised that Steve's doing as well as we were, because I actually, in some deluded manner, in the late last night, I managed to turn poorly and very poorly into very well and well. But so clearly, this submission points to the fact that we've got a lot of work to do building a better relationship with the business community if those answers to those questions is to be relied on as a general view of the business community.
Okay, well, if the rest of us want to carry on and
Yeah.
Councillor Hopkins go, have we nap? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just go back to their original page where they talk about Waitaki issues. And they rank economic development and drinking water as what they see as the two top priorities for council. I accept that the drinking water goes unsaid, but I would take this submission to suggest that they're very keen for the direction we're taking in terms of trying to establish an economic development agency of some sort.
Councillor McCone.
Yeah, I'd also like to add on that in the page under the regional view, and they make the comment that local and central government create certainty and remove barriers for business and make a red carpet, not red tape. I think that's important.
Always a good slogan. Anyone else? Okay, if we can go, what's the right reference now? Yeah.
Front page.
I'm trying to find the front page. So if we go to page 257, and it's Anne Patterson from Amarama. She was going to be speaking to us today and couldn't make it, so just see if there's anything in there that people want to make a comment on. Nothing.
It's the same messaging there of Adventure Park, is it Adventure Park and consultants?
Oh, and metering, oddly enough, there's a support for metering for water.
Okay, if there's nothing else on that one, if we go to page 338, we've got Lisa Howard Sullivan's submission. Again, was going to be speaking to it, but couldn't make the time after that. So yep, just shout out if you've got any comments there.
That's another one that actually talks. In fact, there are a number of them when I read the whole lot who weren't averse to water metering, which I think is encouraging.
Yeah. It would have been interesting to be able to ask Lisa what she meant under question 19. She's come back to the roading and written option D, improve levels of service at same cost, obviously interchanging. So if she had some like actual suggestions around how we might achieve that.
Yeah, we would love that. To be fair, it would be the option I'd choose too if it was available to us. I guess there's, looking at the situation and seeing is there efficiencies that can be gained, but I think any of us can look at individual jobs and potentially see efficiencies, but trying to see how we can make savings across the board is more difficult. If nothing else on that one, if we go to the next one, which is Eric Breacher. So on page 340.
I have a question that maybe either goes to Monday or perhaps to the Harbour Committee. He makes a point through, he talks about double berthing at the end, and I really would like to see us revisit that. But the one I was more interested in, if we can get a bit more information, at one in the middle he says a slipway is an inferior solution compared to a travel lift and hard stand, which can be found significantly cheaper elsewhere with excellent water blasting equipment already available. So is it possible to get a bit more information about that and whether what this travel lift and hard stand are and whether they would be a beneficial addition to the harbour?
It has been considered in the past, but there's a number of issues. So essentially it goes into the water and it takes a boat out and takes it somewhere else and the boat can be worked on. They were to install, they were considerably more expensive. If they're cheaper somewhere else to use that, then by all means, I think our new cradle system and so on will be well utilised, and the lack of options, particularly for recreational vessels to get into into dry dock like that, is quite limited around the country. It's becoming less and less. So I think we'll find a market all right for our one. We just can't afford to be everything to everyone on this. Councillor McCone.
It might sound contentious, but for the amount of boats and pleasure craft that are in there, I think they're very well looked after right now.
Councillor Cowles? No? Okay. Anything else from that one? Okay. Sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Blacklow, were you just talking about the pointless and inconsiderate blowing of the train whistle? Again, it's a fair point for someone if it's constantly being annoying to them.
Okay. Right, what have we got next? If we go to page 344. And then we've got so the submission from a Marama Gazette is very long. So this is it does contain a number of documents within it, so made it very long. And I see that our CE has responded to a question from Ruth Grundy, the editor of the Marama Gazette. I haven't had a chance to look at that yet, but is there anything else that people want to note from that particular submission?
Well, I would simply make the point that it underscores what I said this morning. If you've got the editor of the local newspaper disengaged and this concerned, the sooner we resolve the matter one way or the other, either by changing the funding, changing the labelling, or with deleting it from the master plan, the better, in my view.
It's not so about deleting it from the master plan unless we're actually reviewing the whole master plan. Yeah. Is there any other comments? Just read it to get through. Okay.
Joy.
Right. Okay. So we've got our next submitter is online, and so it's Joy Davis on behalf of Presbyterian Support Otago. So if we go to page 333. And we'll let her into the meeting. So right. So welcome, Joy. Thanks very much for joining us. We've just gone to your submission now. So yeah, feel free to speak to your submission and just cover off anything in it or any other aspects of it that you want to discuss, and hopefully then take some questions afterwards. So if you'd like to. Okay. And just note your microphone is still muted. No. We'll just wait for it to come on.
Yep.
While we wait for Joy, was there anything else on the Marama Gazette?
Yeah, look, I just know some of the brief notes in here and some of the things, that are tagged as being higher ranking, and a lot of it is around, it wasn't says that attention has been paid to it, a lot of it is around the ongoing, and it has been a difficulty there. The intersection of State Highway 8 and State Highway 83 intersection, and new retail hub on the ex-Rabbit Board land, which I believe some movements happened there. But a lot of these things are far beyond our remit as a council, as much as we can advocate, as much as we like to try and get these things to be improved. I think there's been some discussion around some of the other things that we can do, and we're looking at that currently. But while I agree that we're in a master plan, that keeps it at our forefront when we are working with NZTA or Wakakatoi, and also the ex-Rabbit Board land is not council land, which I believe there's some changes happening there now. So I don't think the things that have necessarily gone away or off the board even still now, and the fact that we have had a bit of COVID in between there. It's a difficult time to get a lot of these little bits and pieces done. So I would, and just to reiterate as well, of when reading the master plan, the fact that wording is not purely around an adventure park on its own. I'd just like to note that again.
Yep. No, thank you for that. And the ownership of the Rabbit Board land is changing. Some half of it has changed, and I think the same people are looking to buy the other half. So hopefully that'll sort itself out over time anyway. Right, we'll go back to Joy and Friend. So welcome. Thank you very much for joining us, and you take your submission as read, but feel free to cover off any aspects you want to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors, for the time today, and apologies for our delayed start. We were at a conference. We had a few issues with our technology. I'd just like to introduce the Family Works Director, Carmen Batchelor, who's going to speak to our submission.
Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity. So I'm Carmen Batchelor, the Family Works Director for Presbyterian Support Otago, and the opportunity to speak to our submission on rates rises and the impact on some of the most vulnerable in the community, both individuals, children, families, and older people. As councillors will be aware, with the cost of living crisis that we've been in for quite some time, we're seeing significant numbers of people across Waitaki experiencing hardship, both in rates arrears, power disconnections, and huge debts and other financial struggles. Presbyterian Support Otago in the Waitaki area provides support services and programs. Our mission is about safe, strong communities. Key services that we offer in Waitaki are financial mentoring, which you'll be familiar with, budgeting, advocacy. We have a commitment to warmer, drier homes, and part of that is delivering a program called Energy Mates, which is an in-home energy coaching service, helping people address energy hardship, healthier, drier homes, that they're on the best power plans. We also have a social workers and also a team leader in that space. Councillors may be aware that MSD have recently gone for re-tender, and the outcomes for budget advisory services have now been released, and I'm pleased to announce that Presbyterian Support Otago has been successful to continue budget advice financial mentoring services in Waitaki. We are at capacity. And there are a number of providers that have missed out across the country. So we are seeing increasing numbers of working people in this space, not only those that are on benefits or low income. And so again, linking that back to rates relief, the level of hardship that we are seeing across the community. So to give you a bit of a picture of that, food parcels across the Otago region for the 23-24 year is 4,352. Social work clients across Otago region, 477. The top three issues that we're seeing, which connects to that rates increases impacts on people's mental health, essential needs in terms of meeting basic food, petrol costs, and safety and wellbeing. In terms of providing financial support to those most distressed and impacted around financial mentoring, we currently have 1,239 clients across Otago region, and we are seeing more increases in mortgagee sales and rates arrears. So we know that the complexity, as I'm sure you are aware, the intense support, the complexity of issues that we're seeing across all the key socioeconomic groups, age brackets require huge advocacy. And again, for Waitaki, we've got a number of clients. We've had 10 at the moment who have struggled with rates arrears. We're really wanting to talk about growing the partnerships with the Waitaki District Council, and just want to acknowledge one of the recent connects that I've had with someone in Waitaki District Council around providing some type of draft stopping and some window seals to improve the efficiencies in homes. So really excited about that partnership. We did submit in your 23-24 plan and really want to again advocate for putting our details on your rates section on your website. We've been fortunate to have that launched as part of the Dunedin City Council website. Again, it's that front footing proactively for people who are struggling to pay rates or are in financial hardship, that it's front and centre on your website. So it would be great to see that happen. Also want to support lobbying central government. I understand that different mayors are looking at, particularly in Dunedin, but in other parts of our region, looking at working with DIA around actually looking at the rates, rebates, thresholds. We fully support that. They haven't been updated for many, many years in line with CPI and other benefit changes. So in summary, we respectfully submit that, you know, again, considering the social impact, fully appreciate that you have to rise, you know, rates to meet core operating costs, but just really want to implore that we, you know, that you do your best to keep that to a minimum, thinking about the impact on our most vulnerable, that we continue to grow the partnership with Waitaki District Council, and we are happy to walk alongside and lobby central government, providing sufficient funding for community-facing services such as ours in the not-for-profit sector, and we look forward to that continuing partnership. Thank you for allowing me to speak to the submission today.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for taking time out from your conference to speak to us. Councillors, got any questions on any of that? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps to Mr. Hope, was there any reason why we didn't last year take the opportunity to have PSO's presence on our council website?
No, and I think it's would be a very good idea, that the suggestion. Certainly agree with the sort of the statement as we've raised it before. The earlier you can intervene when people are starting to struggle with rates, then generally the far better the outcome is. So no, that's something I've noted and we'll pick up.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pleased to hear you say that, Paul. Two questions in. Can you give us a bit more information next Monday about this draft stopping program that was mentioned that we're apparently partnering with PSO on, because that's the first I've heard of it. The other question, and I like the idea of you guys being on the website, but you did just say that you've got, you're giving budget advice on Waitaki, and I think you said we're at capacity. Now, would it be counterproductive to have you on the website if effectively all you could do is say to people, sorry, we're full up, we can't help you?
Yeah, we have a clear process around that. So we triage referrals coming through. So obviously we take the most critical ones first, and we run a wait list, which is reviewed on a weekly basis by our team leader. So obviously as part of that triage process, we'd be taking people, for example, that had immediate power disconnection as an example, or were about to be evicted from their property, as opposed to someone who's like, actually, I'm really struggling with my debts and my bills. What's the plan? So I'm also awaiting for the contract to come through for that to also talk to MSD about potential for further FTE funding. Currently, we only have a 0.5 financial mentor in Waitaki. The reality is we could do with another 0.5 at least because of the need coming through. So I am satisfied that our team can meet the demand. We also have our Balclutha financial mentor travelling through to meet the demand. We've had 10 referrals just in the last week. So we have a team of financial mentors across Southern region, so we can redeploy staff where we need to, where the demand has increased, which in Waitaki it definitely has.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, rates can be sort of an early indicator because, as we've talked about, it is sort of a payment you can defer. And although there's a financial penalty, there's no loss of service.
Yes.
Unlike power and a lot of the other ones. So, again, that's why I think it would be very useful to get close with the budget advisors to sort of, again, get help early rather than later.
Yes, and definitely wanting to keep them in secure housing because I know that's a priority for you and your social plan, plan as well as, and it's a strategic priority for us, keeping people in stable housing and keeping on top of rates.
Councillor Holby.
Right, no question. I was just observing about some of the stats you shared that maybe there's some more that can be coming through our audit and risk committee.
Noted. Right, anyone else? Oh, thank you very much for taking the time to make the submission and to speak to us today. And I want to acknowledge the very sad and sudden passing of your colleague, Katrina Kelly. It was a really good service on Saturday for her, and just acknowledge your presence there as well. So thank you, and we will all miss her very much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate that, and councillors. Yeah, we will miss her terribly.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
Okay. Kia ora. Thank you very much. Right, councillors, with that, we will go now, I think. We've got the late submissions, so starting with on page 515, hopefully.
Yep.
And we've, on behalf of the Otapopo Hall Committee, we've got Julie Craig.
I'm wondering with these, and there's another one from another hall committee. For a long time, we've adopted a sort of the Daniel Moynihan policy of benign neglect. In other words, they ring up every year and say, can we have an increase or whatever? And we just sign it off. But aren't we entitled perhaps on behalf of the ratepayers who pay these hall rates to at least ask them to give us a usage data? I mean, these guys are asking the rate to go up to 30 to 50 per ratepayer. Well, it would be nice to know how often the Otapopo Hall is used and for what purposes and what revenue they might generate from that. And I'm just wondering whether we could perhaps consider being a little bit more rigorous in terms of responding to these requests by at least saying, well, how much use is this hall actually getting? Yeah.
Either Paul or Mandy can speak. You're both poised, ready to respond.
Thanks for that, Councillor Hopkins. This year we actually just had a look at all of the halls right across the board, just really briefly, and did go out to the halls to check and sort of said, this is what your usage is, what you've got there in your funds. So we've actually asked them to advise us if there was any additional need, if they had planned works. We will be doing a more thorough reach out through the long-term plan because we recognise that there's a lot of work that needs to be done on a lot of those buildings. And then a lot of those committees just aren't aware at what that rate can do to help them and stuff. So we really we approached them in this particular instance to show them where their funds were sitting and ask for that change. So yeah.
Councillor McCone.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a targeted rate, isn't it? And they have a hall committee that actually decides that. So I think their peers will decide whether it's too expensive or not and whether they need to use it or dispose of it.
I think sometimes it's not always identify, like, it is noted in the list of rates on their invoice, but they, yeah, unless people look at it, they don't know that that's where $20 of the increases come from, for example, in this case. But yeah, there are whole areas identified on maps, and if you're property in that, you pay a rate to that particular hall. And part of the review would be looking at actually what halls are used, what halls are barely used. Are the people who are paying for a particular hall using that hall, or are they actually going to some other one? So there's definitely some questions around that. It's always been considered sort of the lower end of priorities as far as the desire to get on with it, because it takes a lot of time and energy for perhaps not much benefit, but at some point there needs to be a better look at it. Councillor Thompson, were you? No, you're fine. Okay, anything else? Okay, we'll go to the next one, which is from Philip Nicol, Boschtel.
I think that the point he makes at the bottom, or the suggestion, that if it's true that we do require people to get a resource consent, if they wish to use a building for residential purposes and it's been vacant for more than 2 years, apparently this triggers a change of use starting point. His proposal is that we actually say there's probably been residential use at some stage in the past, and provided there's some process by which that can be tested or assessed. He's suggesting that we remove the change of use 2 year starting point, 2 year provision, and classify buildings that have had any residential use in their history. And this would encourage, he argues, conversion to residential use and perhaps reinvigoration of those buildings. Healthy home standard, he points out, would still be required, but it would avoid triggering a seismic and fire upgrade immediately. So I ask officers to consider that as whether it's a feasible alteration.
Okay. It would be great if it could be in many ways, but on the other hand, I think we all know that existing use rights run out after a certain period of time, and they no longer become existing use rights. And I think that applies both for a resource consent and probably a building act. But having said that, we also have the building team looking at a process to try and streamline how people can convert, particularly first floor properties into apartments in the CBD. So, if there's a way of smoothing that path, then hopefully they can identify that and make it, slightly less expensive and simpler to do.
The other suggestion the submitter makes on the next page, and he cites a Lower Hutt City Council decision that may have been influenced by our placemaking advisor, Cindy Christensen. He makes a point that if an owner in the CBD invests in a heritage building, the quote is, the WDC almost penalises them for doing so by revaluing the property and charging more in rates. Now, apparently what Lower Hutt City did was cap rates at current levels for an agreed period, say 20 years, on the basis that investment is made in the building. And again, I think that might well be something worth looking at in terms of avoiding demolition by neglect or buildings being suboptimally employed or used.
Yeah, I guess my comment on that would be, it's a good idea. I think, at the moment we see a lot of empty or very underutilized first floor premises, and if there could be someone living in there and they've done a proper job of making a good apartment in there, then look at how we might be able to assist that. Councillor McCone.
I think you've covered it all off, and it just goes back to that earlier statement, make it easier, not harder. I think otherwise we're going to be left with a whole lot of empty stone buildings that are going to be prohibitive to fix.
Councillor Blackland.
I was just going to comment that I think this submission is probably also equally as relevant to the district plan process and what decisions we're making around the CBD planning framework will ultimately help to influence whether someone chooses to go through the process or not as well.
Okay, anyone else?
Question. I think we did vote at the beginning of the day to accept these late submissions, didn't we?
Councillor McKay?
And just to go backwards to page 448, it's just a correction more than anything, whether it means anything or not, whether Mandy's interested. But the Napara domain is not a domain, it's a rugby ground. The club rooms, the field lighting, and everything is owned by the Napara sports bodies.
Right. Okay, got the last one, which is on page 518, which is the Awamoko Hall Committee. Similar one to before, looking at raising the hall rate from $30 to $40. Don't know if there's anything extra to add on this particular one. There's nothing, no. Okay, is that it? Done. Oh no, we've got. Yep.
Ask them for anything else, and then we'll do that absolutely last.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
questions.
Okay, so yeah, we just do need to note, are there any other aspects that we want to have further information for next Monday?
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins?
We haven't looked at it today, although I did mention it earlier in the morning. The submission from the civil engineer regarding the stormwater in N Street. And the fact that we're apparently not letting him tap into our stormwater system, which he argues would be the lowest cost and most effective solution and wouldn't lead to flooding on adjacent properties and so forth. So I really think there might be a friendly, helpful council approach solution to that problem if we're willing to look at it. So I would like something more from officers on that specific submission, please.
Just to reiterate on that, Councillor Hopkins, I did respond to that earlier, and we have already got a response to that brought to deliberations. We have researched that.
Right.
So for all of your information, any of the requests that we received through the submissions that have a financial impact, that proposals that have a financial impact, we've already gone out to managers and officers around council to get results, and they are automatically on the list. So if there's anything that doesn't have a financial impact that you'd like some more information to, then we'll add that to our list.
Councillor McKay?
Can we just have, or from my perspective, clarification where to from here? So, after today and then we have Monday, what is the process? When do we adopt the plan? When does it all become, we need to tidy all this up?
We're working backwards. We confirm it all late June and set the rates at that point in time. But the bit in between is the bit that's between, follows next Monday. And I'm not sure what the date is for that coming back.
Mandy's just bursting to answer this.
So I'm working on the report for deliberations tonight. We hope to have that to you by Thursday latest, which is meets legislation requirements. Ideally, if we can get it to you by Wednesday, we will. So you've got a bit more information there on hand. But then after the Monday 20th, we have the key directions meeting on the 10th or 11th of June, and then adoptions on the 25th. So it must be the 11th and then the 25th.
So if there's issues we pick up that we'd like to talk about removed from what's already in the plan, we can do that?
Next Monday.
Correct. Deliberations is the time for that, and then that will be confirmed at the key directions meeting that way.
Okay. Right. Anything else for the year? Okay, we've just got one thing left, and that's yesterday we did one verbal submission online. It was recorded, and to get that on the public record, we'll actually be playing that as the finale to today. Something we've all been looking forward to, I'm sure. So we'll get Governance Advisor just to cue that and get it playing. You sounded.
So we've got, so we've got, submission, submission it's great to see if listeners joined us. So anyway, yeah, so yeah, the first. So the basically the floor is yours. You've got around 5 minutes to just talk to your submission and cover off anything you want. And there's some questions as well from councillors. So here we go. So the floor is yours.
Going to show me.
Yeah, you know, usually.
Right, and with that, that draws us to a close. So thanks very much, everyone, for participation today, and to all our submitters, whether they made verbal submissions or non-verbal. It's all been very helpful information, and we will discuss things in more detail next Monday. That will be live streamed. Is it?
Sorry.
Is Monday live streamed?
Yes.
Yes. So coming to a screen near you next Monday. So hopefully that'll all go well, and that's the next step in the process. So with that, I'll declare this particular part of the process